Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. In response to the Honorable Member, we appreciate the Honorable Member bringing to our attention the violation of the pristine environment, which is irreplaceable in the Valley of 1,000 Hills. But I think, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, it is caused by the congestion that is brought upon us when there is a clog up in the N3 highway, which is currently being constructed. And we are hopeful that once the N3 highway is completed, the problem will abate, but we'll do everything in our power as the department to ensure that the Valley of 1,000 Hills does not sustain irreparable damage. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. We will now move to Honorable SD Mabaso.
Honorable Speaker, KwaZulu-Natal spent 48.6 million on meals for matric markers in 2024, including 19.7 million paid to one catering company. This is shocking when learners in rural schools lack textbooks and infrastructure. Education funds must feed learning, not greed. The MK Party demands full transparency and audit of these contracts and accountability for any irregularities. Public money must serve the classrooms, not inflated catering deals. Yabong.
Yeah.
Honorable Duma, MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. From a face value, this sounds very revolutionary, but it's scattered and it's distorted. There is no school in KwaZulu-Natal where there are no textbooks, factual. So MEC Shomuga have present.
Because we are now in festive mood, give as much as you receive. Stop disturbing members. But also, nawe, Honorable Sam, yeka ukustelela. Xa uthungadelelwa nawe, don't delela us also. Honorable MEC, continue.
Honorable MEC Shomuga presented in this House that irrespective of material conditions and the cross-cutting measures, but all the things have been done, which is why the exams are proceeding in this manner. All the textbooks, all the materials were delivered. He even mentioned categorical that against all odds, even in the next year, they will try by all means of what has been appropriated to them. So it is why that even in the entire country, the benchmarking exercise is done in this province because we've got the biggest cohort of those who are writing the examination. So you do have to ensure that when you present, don't coalesce with other facts. The reality of textbooks does not equate on this one, but we do want to ensure that we are going to update the members on the issue of the transparency on the processes, and Honorable Shomuga at the right time is going to reflect back on what the members is raising. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MEC. We'll now go to the Honorable TJ Mabaso.
Honorable Speaker, I rise today to draw attention to alarming financial crisis engulfing the city of Umhlatuze. Reports confirm that the IFP-led leadership has mismanaged public funds on a catastrophic scale. The mayor currently embroiled in a criminal injury court case. MKP calls for immediate suspension of the mayor pending investigation. Forensic audit into a security contracts, placing the municipality under administration. Thank you.
I saw isandla sika Honorable MEC Reverend Butelis.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The problem with the member is that he's engaged in a flight of fancy because the facts contradict the wild fantasy that he is portraying about the city of Umhlathuze. And what we are relying on, Honorable Speaker, is the report of the Auditor General that has found Umhlathuze to be one of only 6 municipalities in the province with a clean audit. And the major part which has contributed to the clean audit of the city of Umhlathuze is the impeccable financial management borne out by the financial statements. Therefore, at the level at which we are, Honorable Speaker, I would urge members to engage in reality rather than chase a wild goose chase in an effort to distort the truth as it happens on the ground. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. We now go to Honorable N.F. Khumalo.
Thank you, Speaker. The MKP notes with concern the frustration experienced by communities that have been banking with Ithala Bank. We have taken cognizance of intervention initiated by KwaZulu-Natal provincial government. We request the urgent communication of the outcome of this intervention as raised by the Honourable Member of the Executive Council, MEC for Finance. I thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable MEC Zondi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The problem of communication with the customers of Ithala Bank is exacerbated by the presence of the repayment administrator, which has been imposed on that institution by the powers that be that supervises the banks in South Africa. As things stand, we have taken the matter up with the Prudential Authority to say, at least please allow us space to be able to communicate throughout our branches with various members or customers of the bank who congregate day in and day out at various branches, because our computers have been cut off and only the repayment administrator is in a position to do so. We sympathize with members of the public, but in that legal problem, we are hamstrung to be able to do so. We want to assure members of the public who bank with Ithala that their funds are safe, and once the problem is resolved, we will be able to communicate with them as speedily as possible.
The Honourable E.B. Khoza.
Greetings, Honourable Speaker. On the 14th of November 2025, Wentworth was turned into a war zone. 2 young lives lost, 7 injured, when gunmen opened fire outside a flat on Major Calvert Street. Victims were as young as 15 years old. Police suspect gang and drug tough wars behind this brazen attack. This is not just crime, it is a terror. Families live in fear, children grow up with the bullets instead of books. The MK party says enough is enough. We demand urgent intervention, stronger policing, and a clear plan to dismantle gangs that hold Wentworth hostage. KwaZulu-Natal cannot allow gang violence to become normal. Government must act now before more lives are lost. I thank you.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and the Honourable Member. Well, I must assure the House that the police are already on the ground in Wentworth. Right after the incident, they're on the ground and they are remaining visible. The visibility of the police has been enhanced in the area, and the intelligence operations are also underway And we are planning as Community Safety and Liaising together with the Provincial Commissioner to zoom in to Wetwet for consultation after receiving the intelligence information on in fact, the origin of the kind of the violence that is finding expression there. But the monitoring of the area is already taking place in Wentworth. Thank you very much.
The next member is the Honorable A.N. Mthethwa. I think it's...
Honorable Speaker, umhlonishwa uPremier uNtuli wagijima wathi usebasusile abahlala estradini zeTheku kanti ukhuluma amampunge. Namuhla itrati zeTheku zisakhombisa inqwaba yabantu bokufika abahlala ezitradini zeTheku. Sicela siwumkhonto wesizwe sicela ukuthi umhlonishwa uPremier Ntuli aye kuba i-specialist sokukhuluma amanga. Thank you.
The Honorable Premier has indicated.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's unfortunate that the honourable member is saying I'm a specialist, so kulumamanga. I'm not quite sure whether himself he is or not. I must say the intervention by the multi-sectoral approach in addressing the specific area, which is Albert Park in eThekwini, has in fact received the results. Go to Albert Park today. You will not find those who are living in the streets in Albert Park. And on top of that, eThekwini Metro has heeded our call as the provincial government to fence the park so that the people who are living in the flats closer to the park, they live in a clean and a safe environment. I am informed that they've relocated to a more road. Hence, there is a plan wherein the eThekwini Metro is engaging with interest groups. Because when we removed them from Albert Park, what happened, the organizations that represent their rights, in fact, they scolded us. Hence, it's important that when we approach it in a manner that will not expose government to unnecessary challenges. Kodwa ke lokhu kokungakhulumi iqiniso hayi mhlonishwa somlomo angikwenzi futhi asikwenzi njengohulumeni siyasebenza impela eThekwini thina. Njengobona nama illegal foreign nationals siyawadeporta siyawaremove eThekwini siyaklina iTheku uyalibona iTheku liyashintsha isimo seTheku. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Kika, what are you raising on?
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 74(1)D.
I am allowing you to go ahead and bring to the attention of the House whose reflection upon a member's integrity or dignity.
Madam Speaker, whilst I did not want to disturb the Premier in responding, and he has responded, an honourable member has called him a liar. And this is a reflection upon the Premier's integrity and dignity. I believe it to be false, and therefore I ask you to make a ruling in this regard.
Thank you, Honorable Kika. I was going to make a ruling in the same respect. I was going to use a rule. Honorable Mthethwa, may you stand, sir? I want to draw your attention to Rule 74(1)A, an accusation of improper motives against another member, as well as a reflection upon a member's integrity or dignity. That read together with Rule 751 on offensive or insulting words or gestures. It is common cause that when you say to someone is lying, unamanga, you are in fact insulting that person because the noun of that is a liar. You have also reflected on the premium of being a liar, of having lying. A specialist of liar is someone who has lied and twisted things to proportions that are unimaginable. And you have said that without any justification. I want to request you to apologize to the House and withdraw what you have just said by the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Speaker. We just hand in the motion against the Premier. So he misled the House.
No, Honorable Mtetwa.
He's a specialist. He misled the House
Honorable Mtetwa.
several times.
Honorable Mtetwa.
I apologize, Speaker.
No.
I apologize.
No.
Premier, specialist of Kambamanga.
No.
Thank you.
No, Aguko, thank you, Lana, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mbata, I hope you are doing your work that you are paid for when your member is flagrantly undermining the House, transgressing on the rules, insulting all of us. Honorable Mtetwa, apologize now to the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, to the House, and withdraw what you said. Earlier I said apologize to the House. Now apologize to the Honorable Tamintuli for what you have just done in his integrity.
Speaker, I apologize to Premier Ukambama, who is specialist. I withdraw.
Honorable Mtetwa, I am speaking to you for the last. I will invoke Rule 60. Apologize for what you have done to the Premier in respect of Rule 74(1)A, Rule 74(1)D, read together with Rule 75(1). Apologize and withdraw.
Speaker, I apologize and withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now, Honorable Mtetwa, I also want to draw your attention to a rule that speaks on precedence of the Presidium, where when there is a ruling, you do not get into that debate. I will not say apologize to us. I'm saying have your attention drawn to that particular rule. Thank you. We may move now, honorable members. The next member is Honorable GV Zuma.
Honorable Speaker, abantu basemsinga babhekene nenkinga enkulu. Imigwaqo eKeysdrift noTukrafeni nasezindaweni ezizungezele yonakele kakhulu noma ngivele ngithi ayikho. Imizila ebalulekile ibambekile D1268 road owakhiwa uhulumeni wobandlululo. Izimoto nezimo eziphuthumayo zifinyelele esikhulini. Abafundi bayahlupheka nothisha nababhizinisi abamabhizinisi alendawo awasebenzi. Ngaphezu kwalokho izinkulungwane zemizi nezikole ziphila ngaphandle kwamanzi ahlanzekile ngenxa yezinsiza ezindala. Amaphampa aphukile kanye nokungaphatheki kahle okuqhubekayo. Izakhamizi ziphoqeleka ukusebenzisa imifula engaphephile noma zikhokhele amanzi athengwayo. Umsinga ushiwa ngaphandle ungqongqoshe wezokuthutha ungqongqoshe wakwakhokta ake bethathe izinyathelo ngokuphuthumayo balungise imigwaqo.
Honorable members, before I recognize you, the rule is against members moving in the between the speaker and the member that is addressing the House. So I don't want honorable members now being reduced to cowering behind benches when you are not in there, you are not crossing the line. I just want you to know that you have that freedom. Ngibonile ukuthi kusukume Honorable MEC Kota.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Legislature. Indeed, Msinga, as of last week, one of the major MIG projects, which is the Municipal Infrastructure Grant projects being rolled out by the Mayor's Kakane, is exactly fixing the roads to which the Honorable Member is referring. Added to that, Umzinyati district has intensified the water schemes along Umsinga, with more than 33 boreholes being drilled between now and the end of the financial year of June 30, according to the municipality. So the issues being raised by the member of Umsinga are getting the priority from the relevant municipalities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member is the Honorable Tingosi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, all honorable members. The economic freedom fighters note with concern the ongoing crisis of the shortage of ambulances in this province, with the reports stating that more than half of the province ambulances remain out of services. It is alarming to note that a district as big as Mkungundlovu, out of at least 130 ambulances that should be operating, only 18 ambulances are operational. These continue to impact negatively on the lives of our people as they have to wait for our ambulances. More especially as we are approaching the busy festive season that require efficient resources. We therefore call for an urgent intervention from the Department of Health in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Simelane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I wish to request members, particularly those that are members of the Portfolio Committee, not to grandstand on serious issues. It is a kuihaba ukuthi more than half of ambulances are not operational. Honorable members will remember that not even 3 weeks ago, we submitted a report that was indicating the actual number of ambulances that have not that are not operational currently, and it is nowhere near half or nowhere near 50%. With that said, Premier, Speaker, it is indeed a challenge that we have in the province in relation to ambulances, and as discussed in the Portfolio Committee, we are engaging the company that is responsible for ensuring that ambulances are fixed and are back on the road and are operational. In the last Portfolio Committee, we even presented a report that was indicating an improved number of ambulances that are back and operating. Angicabangi ke somlomo ukuthi ku correct ukuthi honorable member I create ihaba ngento engekho. Yebo ikhona inkinga, but we are working on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. We have now dispensed with preliminaries. They took long, though. We're now going to the main orders of the day. And the first one is debate on the report as tabled by the Honorable Premier of the province regarding the 2025 campaign of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And it is in that regard that I call upon Honorable D.L. Nzama of the MK for 6 minutes.
Greetings, Speaker. Ngibingelele ndaba ezitha Nkosi uChiliza, Progressive Caucus, umkhonto wesizwe, i-detachment yomkhonto wesizwe, ye-province, i-high command, inegarali, MEC. Today, I salute abantu base KZN
sinekhansela elisha umacekeceke eMandeni bayakhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi ithemba labo likumkhonto wesizwe abantu abangatatazeli bayazizwa izigi sisifikile. Madam Speaker, I rise to reclaim iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal yethu eyavotelwa abantu base KZN. 16 days activism. We have alarm statistic of over 2 million women who have been abused in KZN, 5.78 million population of the women, 26 women sexual abuse ngosuku, 21 women arreshwayo ngosuku KwaZulu-Natal. Over 3,000 children under the age of 12 years were sexually abused between January and September 2025. The over 140 DNA cases backlog. We don't have a laboratory in KZN. Ukuba umkhonto akantshontshwanga amavotayo ngabe umkhonto usibekile laboratory DNA sinama delays. KZN is a GBV pandemic. Itheko umgungundlovu ikhincetshwayo even no president wenu ushilo ukuthi ku G20 summit is a national disaster. Sinama case kunomfundisi ekhincetshwayo orepha ingane eno 13 years isize yakhulelwa. Ngiyacabanga Madam Speaker ukuthi mhlawumbe undunankulu ngoba ingakubuseke wabavakashela eyibona leyo mndeni. Kwamasha ingane no 12 years ireshwa umuntu ono 42 years o neighbor kodwa lama perpetrator wonke angaphandle ngamabhayili. Umkhonto wesizwe sithi thina umuntu orape owenza konke lokuhlukumeza nalamanyala akangayithola ibhayili akaboshwe kulahlwe isikhiye olwakhe. Madam Speaker, imbizo zibe khona undunankulu wazenza eNanda Mountain. Siyabonga ngalezo mbizo but was imbizo the crime. Akaba involve abantu be social civic society be GPV. Akaba involve then eqala silwisana neqhilo. Madam Speaker, uphima ngibona iqhilo uyalazi ngoba ihlaze lenzeka e-office lakhe ku DG uMamkhize owa harasswa verbally abuse waze wa resign ehlukunyezwa umholi we-youth oku-youth direct desk IFP waze wa resign ngaqondile. Lokho sina abantu besifazane kwahlukumeza kakhulu ngisahlumezile namanje. Mangaka ama memorandum asubmithiwe office landunankulu civil society umasha ufika umnike ama memorandum ayikho neyodwa ake ayiphendula kodwa uthi civil society uyawuthanda. Asiboni kanjani nasomkhonto wesizwe. Uma ngisathinta nje yokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane ngizongena la kwi Women Advance Fund udlalile ngabantu besifazane undunankulu ebagijimise ebathembisa into engekho bahlukumezekile bacindezelekile base bethemba ukuthi bazokwazi ukuphuma ecindezelweni uGBVF ukuhlukunyezwa amadoda umuntu ahlale nendoda noma engasayidingi ngoba engakwazi ukuyiphilisa imnikeza iplate kodwa ubahlukumezile namanje dololo le Advance Fund. Angisakuphathi okwengane zaKwaZulu-Natal youth njengamanje bethula ireport ethi that is sorted indaba ye-youth socela iprove ngoba njengamanje undunankulu kuyacaca ukuthi uziziko akudlali phela ukuthi mengabe indoda imekhaphethe uvela uyidonsisha ngesifundo ibheke phezulu besizovela ikhale bisiqala ke manje ibeke izinto ukuthi hayi sekulungile ingane ekudlaliwe ngazo zaKwaZulu-Natal lokho ngeke sisiciciyele uyena oyikhozi ama drugs ingane drug abuse zingena emajele ngenxa yakhe ngoba ingane akazinakile uphu 100 million we youth empowerment fund ngisawubuza namanje ngithi angibuza ukuthi LGBTQ uthini undunankulu bazibahlukunyezwa labantu emhlabeni kanti ubani obanakile angimuzwa nje iphathi indaba yakhe angazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngempela. Nazi ingane ze-EPWP eqashiwe kuma post station ezosiza ngo GPF ukuthi ziyolekelela ema post station 173 EPWP impela kuhle lokho kodwa sithi aziqashwe permanent hayi indaba yetoho ngoba mukhulu lo msebenzi kufanele ukuthi ziwenze. Undunankulu ukube ne-event ayenzile manje la eKing Zwelithini Stadium ngomhla ka25 kwamoshwa imali kubizwa ama-artists for what? Awunaki uzofona nabakhono nabasakazi bokhozi kumoshwa imali for what? Kuqhawe kangaka KwaZulu-Natal. Besingekho isidingo ukuthi kuzokuba khona leyo program ezodla izimali kubizwe nabaculi nabokhozi abantu abakhokhelwayo. Ndunankulu, you failed the women of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you. Honorable Member, I seriously try not to interfere with debates, but in your debate, there is a space where you said, Premier uyena or responsible for armored drugs, no kuba khona kwe-GBV in the province. That is seriously in contravention of Rule 741A to the Premier, read together with 1D. Withdraw that unconditionally.
I withdraw Ndunankulu.
Siyabonga. The next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable MEC TP Mthethwa. Honorable Mthethwa of the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive, Honorable members of this House. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important debate at a time when our province continues to confront the painful reality of gender-based violence and femicide. I'm not here to grandstand because I understand the importance of EGBV and side effects and how people are feeling when we speak about EGBV. But, Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that the GPU, all the parties there, they are up and they're fighting against the GBVF. I will go through my debate and then we'll see how we contribute, because it's not good that you come here, you grandstand, but you said nothing about what you are doing to assist the communities that are affected. Allow me to begin by sincerely acknowledging the Premier for his honest, very transparent report as presented to this legislature. The Premier's report does not shy away from the truth. It recognizes successes where they have been achieved, but equally confront the challenges that remain stubborn in our district, in our homes, and in our community. This type of leadership, grounded in clarity, accountability, and truth, is essential if we are to defeat the scourge of GBVF. Honorable members, the report makes it clear that our provincial response is structured around the 6 pillars of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. And across these pillars, we see real and meaningful work taking place. This includes strengthening government through provincial gender machinery is inspiring. The fact that district forums are being revived and shows commitment to ensure that this work does not remain at a provincial or administrative level, but reaches the ward, the community, the homes where GBV is deeply felt. I don't know umuntu othakawubona umsebenzi we-GPU, umsebenzi ka-Premier ukuthi uhlala kuyiphi province. On prevention, the report outlined extensive social behavioral change programs reaching tens of thousands of our people, schools-based intervention engagement with traditional leaders, targeted dialogues, men and substance abuse, prevention program, all speak to a province working hard to change mindsets and influence social norms. These efforts matter because prevention remains the strongest weapon in protecting women, children, and vulnerable groups. Honorable members, the Premier's report, I think I've been sitting. Premier. This is something as affects sonke as abantu base KZN together. The 4 political parties avumile ukusebenza kanye kanye. Kuyabonakala ukuthi mabephuma beemphakathini bayabatshela ukuthi what are the consequences of this? And yini le esikhuluma ngayo esikhuluma nge-GBV is not about umuntu, but it's about the future of ingane zethu and future of our province. Indeed, government cannot win this fight alone. We need families, we need schools, We need churches and also traditional authorities to stand with us. The strengthening of justice, safety and protection services is another area where notable progress has been made by government. We welcome the improved conviction rates, the expansion of Tutuzela care centers, the deployment of GBVF activities across 184 police stations. This is the province, this is the premier and the cabinet ababona ukuthi abahambisa abantu aba 184 kuma police station bayosebenza kungaqhamuki umuntu la safuna ukugqama ngaye upremier asathi hayi ababe permanent. That is umuntu ofuna ivoti lo thina we are meaning it's strictly uhlupho sibona uhlupho oluphezulu kwabantu, not that sifuna ukubukwa ngalokho. These activists are offering frontline support from psychosocial referral and school visit to court support for victims. However, as the report correctly highlights, they require better resourcing. We all know, we agree, but not for political gain. They need transport, communication tools, and trauma training are essential. And we must ensure that these needs are prioritized. We are aware that we need to prioritize that. Honorable Speaker, the expansion of shelters.
Honorable MEC Siyabonga. The next speaker is Honorable Moloi for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you, greetings to the Speaker, Honorable Premier, Leader of Government Business, Leader of the Opposition, Nkosi Yasematungeni, the esteemed members of this House. I want to first thank the ANC for affording me this opportunity to debate on this very important and crucial matter of gender-based violence and femicide. For over a century, our movement, the African National Congress, has carried the moral duty to protect the vulnerable, confront all forms of oppression, and build a society where dignity is not a privilege but a birthright. It is on this historical foundation, shaped by our laws, charters, and the lived struggles of our people, that we rise today to debate this year's Premier's report that provides a detailed overview of the status, progress, and challenges of gender-based violence and femicide in KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Speaker, as a Umbutho Wesizwe, the foundations that continue to guide our revolution is an inheritance of the Women's Charter of 1954, the sacrifices of the 1956 March, and the unbroken activism of those who refuse to accept a society where women are unsafe in their homes, in their schools, in their workplace, and in their communities. This is a lineage from which we speak today. It is in this spirit that we echo President Cyril Ramaphosa's declaration at the G20 summit, when he decisively classified gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. It should be noted that this was started in 2019, when the then president of the ANC Women's League, Comrade Batabile, raised the matter to say that this is a national disaster, it must be declared as such. The president, it was then, did not echo that one. It told the world that South Africa does not treat violence against women as an isolated cases, but as a national emergency demanding coordination, discipline, and unity of purpose, not seasoned outrage, but disciplined government. Somlomo, Slalo, ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi njengoba simile sixoxa ngalolu daba aludingi nje kuphela ukuba sixoxe ngalo, kodwa luzodinga ukuba imikhakha yonke isebenze ngokubambisana nemiphakathi, ikwazi ukuqala ilolonge abantwana besuka emakhaya indlela yokuziphatha, ukuze siziphathe ngendlela enokuhloniphana, senze ukuba izwe lakithi libe nokuthula. We also welcoming the deployment of the gender-based violence activists across 184 police stations, placing trained support directly to the point where survivors seek help. We also welcome the statistic that was presented by uPremier. Olunye udaba esifisa ukuthi siluraise la kulo mhlangano ukuba kulendlu ukuba izindawo ezifana naseThekwini, naseMgungundlovu, naseKingcetshwayo zizodinga ukuba silekelele kakhulu ukuba kwehliswe izinga lokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane esifundazweni sakithi. Ngifisa ukuthi sengivala ke somlomo ukuba ngisho ukuthi ke igender we must reaffirm the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, and we cannot win this by using fragmented narratives, uncoordinated programs, and rhetorical commitment. It demands resources, it demands stability, it demands the unity of government, community, and civil society behind one moral imperative to protect the women and children of this province. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I want to say that for all of us here, we should not debate this matter as a matter of grandstanding, but we must say, what is it that we are going to do to ensure that we bring values, morality in our community? I thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Next is Honorable Z.G. Ngobo.
Honorable Chair, ngicela ukubingelela our party leader Inkosi Uchiliza, ngibingelele uChief Whip Honorable BC Mngadi, leadership yonke MKP kwigallery, bese ngibingelela bonke abahlonishwa bakhona kulendlu yesishayamthetho. Ngaphambi kokuthi ngiqhubeke nespeech sami, ngithi nje angithathele lithuba ngibongele inhlangano yabantu, inhlangano umkhonto wesizwe ngokuthi idlela amahlandla nje le emandeni kwathi 17. Kuyasikhombisa ke ukuthi abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bawuthemba umkhonto wesizwe, futhi bayakhombisa ukuthi umkhonto wesizwe is their only hope. Sithi nje siyabonga. On behalf of umkhonto wesizwe party, I stand before this house with concern when we look at the statistics of gender-based violence. In KZN, 1 in 3 women experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime, where many cases go unreported and perpetrators walk free. GBV is a significant crisis in KwaZulu-Natal, with 3 districts like eThekwini, King Cetshwayo, and Amajuba, who are identified as hotspots areas among the 30 national hotspots. KZN recorded a high number of sexual crimes, with Educational Institute being described as hotspots of sexual violence. Honorable Chair, gender-based violence and femicide is not merely an incident of physical harm. It is a deep structural, economic, psychological, and cultural crisis. It thrives in entrenched soil of patriarchy and gender inequality. Through your Speaker, Honorable Nzama Ngobadela uthinta indaba enkulu yokuthi la KZN sasino DG wesifazane uDr Mkhize office lika Prim nowesule esikhundleni sakhe emva kokuthi esatshiswe ilunga lenkatho nokwathi office lika outgoing premier lathembisa ukuthi lisaphenya. Premier failed to protect Dr. Mkhize. So what makes us think that we will be able to solve GBV issues? Premier nje akaphumi. I think we need to look closely at the contributing factors which perpetuate GBV, which are poverty, unemployment, which often at times take leads to financial dependency that traps women to stay in abusive relationships. It also reinforced by substance abuse, which is rampant in our communities, lowering inhibitions and fueling aggression. Through you, Chair, Honorable Premier speaks of campaigns, dialogues, and awareness activities. These are important, but where is accountability? Where is measurable agency? We cannot confront a crisis of this magnitude with scattered interventions. GBV is not a PR strategy. It must be a provincial priority backed by resources, coordination, and political will. The Premier's report tells us that 25,647 women were reached through empowerment programs, but KZN has over 11 million people. He just reached a fraction of 1% of population. We cannot applaud that as transformation. The report also celebrates a 76.9% conviction rate of femicide. But what about the cases that never make it to court? Victims abandon cases because they fear retaliation, lack transport, and they end up losing hope in Nzegile lapha kwaNongoma. A 15-year-old mother of 5, Usibongile Nigunen Waganongom, who was this incident happened while there was a protection order in place, where the court ruled they must continue living in the same life, in the same house. Umuntu wesifazane kuyimanje akekho. The law that we have failed to protect her. Honorable Chair, GBV is a symptom of broken system, a system that tolerates inequality, excuses violence, mismanages resources, and fails the vulnerable. Itutuzela Care centers around are understaffed. Social support is inconsistent. Many police stations still have no private victims-friendly rooms. Where is plans to fight digital DPVF, reverse porn, cyber harassment, and online grooming that is rising in this country? We need to admit that coordination between provincial departments, municipalities, SAPS, NGOs, and the NPA remains weak. The budget for GPVF programs are fragmented, poorly tracked, and often spent on events instead of services. Without transparent monitoring, we cannot claim progress. Honorable Speaker, as Umkhonto weSizwe Party, a party poised to govern, these are our attractive, actionable solutions. One, a full localization of GBV strategies to what level, mandatory trauma-informed training for all police, healthcare workers, prosecutors, magistrates, and social workers. Create a strong community-based men programs. We cannot continue treating GBV as women's issue. Honorable Chair, GBV is a societal crisis. If we fail to act decisively, we fail not only women and children, but very soul of our democracy. Let us dismantle the structures that breed violence. I thank you.
Next is Honorable Depu for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members. Today, as we mark the start of 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, we stand here once again repeating words that should never have to be repeated. We stand here once again acknowledging a crisis that has lived with us for far too long. And we stand here once again, not just as public representatives, but as human beings, as mothers, as fathers, as daughters, as sons, who know that behind every statistic is a life whose dignity has been shattered, a family whose peace has been broken, and a community left with wounds that may never heal. The Democratic Alliance stands firm in saying we cannot continue like this. Far more must be done, not just spoken, not just promised, but done, decisively and urgently, to end the devastating scourge of gender-based violence in KwaZulu-Natal. I welcome President Ramaphosa's recognition that this is a crisis. But through you, Chair, colleagues, a declaration is not a solution. A statement is not action. And 16 days, however important they may be as a symbol, are simply not enough. They have never been enough. How do we fit a lifetime of trauma into just 16 days? How do we compress the fear of millions into 2 short weeks? How do we address a crisis that haunts our people 365 days a year by acknowledging it for 16 days? Every week, every single week, women are killed in this country. Not 1 or 2. At least 10 to 12 women lose their lives weekly to the hands of men who believe they own them, control them, or can silence them forever. And behind each murder is a long, invisible trail of unreported assaults, threats, humiliation, and terror that these women endured long before they took their last breath. I stand here today not only as a member of this House, not only as a public representative, but as a survivor of gender-based violence. I know the terror of hearing footsteps approaching the door and not knowing what version of your abuser is awaiting on the other side. I know the silent prayer you whisper every time a key turns in the lock. I know what it is like to walk on eggshells in your own home, the one place that should protect you, yet becomes a battlefield. I know what it feels like to watch your body react before your mind even understands, because fear has become your second skin. GBV does not just bruise the body, it destroys the spirit. It steals confidence, dignity, peace, and a sense of being safe in your own skin. And the effects linger long after the violence stops, long after the abuser is gone, or in many cases remains free. Women carry this pain quietly. Children carry this pain silently. And men who are victims carry it invisibly. The elder carry it helplessly. Gender-based violence does not discriminate, but it disproportionately devastates women who remain the most targeted, the most violated, and the least protected. Honorable Chair, KwaZulu-Natal is in crisis. Our province is now the second highest in the country for sexual offences and GBV. And in some categories, we are leading for all the wrong reasons. In the fourth quarter of 2024, over 2,127 cases of sexual offences were reported in KwaZulu-Natal alone. And the numbers continue to rise quarter after quarter. These are only the reported cases. We all know countless others never see the inside of a police station. But what is even more heartbreaking is this. Many cases never make it to trial. Many survivors withdraw charges, not because the violence has stopped, but because the system has failed them. And many cases are thrown out due to insufficient evidence, which often means insufficient support, insufficient investigation, and insufficient political will. How do we expect survivors to stand firm when our justice system stands shaky? How do we expect communities to report perpetrators when those very perpetrators walk freely among us? How do we ask women to trust a system that has broken them more than their abusers ever did? The South African Police Service in KZN is struggling, not because officers do not care, but because they are overburdened, understaffed, and under-resourced. We cannot keep asking them to fight a war with empty hands. We need more forensic specialists, so cases are not lost due to the lack of evidence. And we need a justice system that treats GBV not as a side issue, but as a national emergency. Honorable Speaker, this crisis demands unwavering action, not seasonal action, not symbolic action, not action that fades the moment the 16 days of activism banner is taken down. For every elderly person who suffers in silence, for every victim who feels invisible, let us turn these 16 days into 365 days of action, accountability, compassion, and justice. Because until every woman... Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Next is Honorable Chinkosi.
Chair of Chairs, all honorable members, ngiyabingelela. Ngaphambi kokuqala lenkulumo mpikiswano si-Economic Freedom Fighters sifisa ukushayela ihlombe esikhawini Regional Court okuthe ledlule yagweba udilikajele wesilisa oneminyaka engama-35 emva kokuba enukubeze ngokocansi umzala wakhe oneminyaka emihlanu ngo-2023. Sithi njenge-EFF silokho silihlabe njalo ikhwela lokuthi i-GBVF perpetrators must be given harsher sentences. Gender-based violence and femicide has been declared as a national state of disaster, and it is imperative that this crisis is treated with the utmost urgency that it deserves. Kuyasikhathaza ke nokho ukubona umbiko ukuthi izinga lokunukubeza ngokocansi kubantwana abangaphansi kweminyaka eyi-12 liphezulu uma qhathaniswa nezibalo zanyakeni. Phezu kwalokho kuveza ukuthi izifunda ezisikhombisa kulesifundazwe isibalo sezingane ezibandakanyeka esigamekweni sokunukubeza ngokocansi siqanqeleza phezulu. Umbuzo ke uthi uma sihluleka ukuvikela abantwana bethu okuyibona abaholi bakusasa siyisizwe esinjani. Of statistical report kodwa uphinde ungayenzi breakdown ngezibalo ezithinta ngqo lesifundazwe nama-intervention. Kukhona lapho kukhulunywa khona ngokuthi National Prosecuting Authority exceeded its targets in the conviction of cases of femicide and sexual offences. Kodwa asiqonde noma these are national or provincial figures. Unyaka nonyaka ihhovisi likaNdunankulu lizibophezela kuma-programs amasha okulwa nesihlava se-GBVF, kepha iningi lawo ligcina ngokuqoshwa nje ephepheni awabe esalandela. Kulesifundazwe kuqokwe i-GBVF activist engu-184 okuyinto esiyibongayo leyo, kodwa siyafisa ukuthola i-breakdown ama-police station. UNdunankulu ngonyaka odlule wakhuluma nge-DNA lab ezokwakhiwa KwaZulu-Natal emva kokuba eyayikhona yakhahlanyezwa iy'khukhula ngo-2022. Bekungakuhle-ke ukuthi ngokulandelayo siwuthole i-update yokuthi sebekuphi nale project njengoba kune-DNA backlog in this province. Siyabona ama-campaign afana no-hashtag silwa nechilo, sexual health, productive health education, izimbizo, men's dialogue, njalo njalo. Kodwa mhlawumbe kuyafuneka ukuthi sibheke ukuthi ikuphi okunye singakwenza ukulwisana nesihlava njengoba phezu kokuba kwezenziwa campaign asilibona ushintsho olungako. Siyabona ama-skills and enterprise development programs abhekelele ukulekelela laba abayizisulu zokuhlukunyezwa, nakhona siyafisa ukwazi ama-project akhona ngaphansi kwale program. Sithi njenge-EFF siyayibona imizamo eminingi yokulwa ne-GBVF, kodwa konke kulele in the number of convicted people. Bail reform remains toothless where dangerous individuals are still released with impunity. Perpetrators of gender-based violence crimes must not be given early parole for perpetrators who have taken lives without remorse. Lastly, the National Register for Sex Offenders must be made accessible for the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Kele on behalf of the MKP.
Honorable Chair, Chairs, MK Party Leader Nkosi Qhiliza, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Mngadi, Honorable Members, Chair of Chairs, today we rise as Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to confront the crisis that has consumed KwaZulu-Natal gender-based violence and femicide is not just a crime in the province. It's a war on women. It's a war on dignity and war on humanity. Zololokho eMgungundlovu, izakhamuzi zomphakathi bezikhanyise izibane zikhombisa ubuhlungu ngembiko yokudlwengulwa nokubulawa kwabesifazane. Ukudlwengulwa nokuhlunyezwa kwentombazanyana uThandeka Mhlanzi iqembu labesilisa kubonisa inzondo ebhekise kwabesifazane nezingane. Abantu baphume ngobuningi bephethe izingqwembe bekhala ngokuthi no means no, justice for Thandeka. Lokho akusilo iqhaza nje lokuveza kuyisibonakaliso sokuthi uhlelo lokuphepha lwahlulekile. uThandeka akayena umuntu oqala ukuhlunyezwa eMgungundlovu, akayena oqala ukudlwengulwa, kodwa ingabe uzoba ukugcina. Honorable Chair, the entire province is under siege. Over 110 women have been murdered in KwaZulu-Natal since late last year. In places like Mountain Rise and Edendale, Pietermaritzburg, it's experiencing a disturbing rise in rape and femicide. In rural areas, survivors must travel long distance for help. Kunezigameko eziningi zokubulawa kwabesifazane, ukudlwengula kwande eMgungundlovu eMlazi eNanda nakwezinye izindawo. Amaphoyisa awanazinsiza ezanele, kanti nezikhungo ezimelana ne-GBV ziyavala ngenxa yokuthi uhulumeni we-GBU akalekeleli ngosizo lwezimali. This is why the MK party tabled a vote of no confidence in the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, because the Premier has failed the women of this province. He has failed to provide leadership, failed to strengthen policing, failed to ensure that justice moves swiftly, and cases like Thandeka Mhlanzi, and failed to confront the epidemic of GBV and femicide. That is tearing our communities apart when a Premier cannot guarantee the safety of women, when a Premier cannot ensure accountability in the justice system, when a Premier is silent while young women are being raped, murdered, and forgotten. That Premier must go. The MK party is not intimidated, and we will not apologize for standing with the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Our vote of no confidence is a statement that the people deserve better leadership, better protection, and better government. I thank you.
Next is Honorable Shinga.
Greetings, thank you. Greetings, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive, and the Honorable members. Honorable Speaker, today's debate takes a place during the National 16 Days of Activism. And as the National Freedom Party, we join other parties to debate the report tabled by the Honorable Premier. KwaZulu-Natal remains one of the provinces hardest hit by this ongoing war on women and children. And today, as the National Freedom Party, we rise to state without hesitation that gender-based violence and femicide is not just a departmental challenge. It is a moral crisis, a societal emergency, and a constitutional threat to the right to life, dignity, equality, and freedom. This is not the fight of one department, the Premier, or one program. It is the fight for the soul of our nation. I have noted, Honorable Chair, with regret that all political parties in the main sent women to debate on this issue, and it's not a women issue. It's an issue for that affects all of us.
No, manini kancane. Honorable Shinga, zama ukuvala ikamera. You can proceed, Honorable Shinga. You can proceed, Honorable Shinga.
Thank you, Chair. The recent data illustrates the severity of the crisis before us. About 110 women have been murdered, most of them killed with firearms or knives, often by people known to them. There's been a worrying rise in violence against children, with over 3,000 sexual assaults cases reported for children under 12 between January and September 2025. Demand for support services remain extremely high, with more than 21,000 women receiving psychosocial support. As the Department of Social Development, we continue strengthening our response across prevention, protection, and support. We have expanded the 24-hour shelters for women and children. Our White Door Centers of Hope serve as the emergency safe spaces offering trauma and support. We have increased the deployment of social workers to ensure counseling, referral services, and follow-up. Honorable Premier, to note that even the Tandega Mhlanzi reported she's our and we continue to serve her. Victim empowerment programs now include skills development in sewing, baking, hairdressing, and beauty therapy, ensuring survivors can rebuild their lives with dignity and economic independence. NGOs and community partners have been central to driving prevention campaigns, challenging harmful norms, and mobilizing communities to take collective responsibility. Honorable Chair, as the NFP, we emphasize that these interventions are not just...
Hands, Honorable MEC. No, wait, we had enough time. We were singing, it was nice. Now we are debating. Let's focus. Next is Honorable Mavimbela on behalf of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and members of this House. The pain of women and children must never be weaponized for political mileage, not inside this House, not outside it, and certainly not by those who seek quick applause while offering no sustained solution. GBF is a site of struggle that demands our humanity, our vigilance, and our unwavering resolve. Honorable Chair of Chairs, this struggle is sacred. It is the lived reality of mothers who bury daughters, of children who sleep in fear, of communities whose spirit is braced by violence. And it is precisely because of this that the African National Congress will not allow the anonymity of GBF to be distorted by theatres, not permit this national wound to be exploited for shallow political gains. For over a century, the ANC has understood that the liberation of South Africa is incomplete without the liberation of its women. From as early as 1954, our movement has held one truth above all: a society that fails its women cannot claim to be free. President Cyril Ramaphosa echoed this on Women's Day about 3 months ago when he reminded us, and I quote, "When women rise, we all rise." Honorable Speaker, the Premier's report stands within this tradition. It reflects the work of province, still grounded in evidence, compassionate and structured change. Indeed, violence does not begin in the moment of attack, but it begins in unemployment, poverty, inequality, family instability, and social power of patriarchy. That is why economic agency is central to our approach as government. Poverty disempowers, economic participation protects. And so we welcome the 25,647 women reached throughout empowerment programs, the 745 girls developing technical skill, the thousands of applicants to the Women's Advancement Fund. These are testimonies of what happened when a government invests in women, not as the beneficiaries, but as agents of transformation. We also recognize 21 shelters, 31 White Door Centers, and the Kusela One-Stop Center as vital sanctuaries. But As hotspots intensify in eThekwini, Mgungundlovu, and King Cetshwayo, one truth becomes clear. We really need more shelters, more trained social workers, and deeper trauma support capacity. Honorable Speaker, we further applaud the engagement of 606 traditional leaders and 5,196 men in behavioral programs, as patriarchy remains a social system that requires continuous ideological, cultural, and educational work. Changing laws is not enough. We must also change mindset. And those mindsets must change not only in communities, but in workplace, our political formations, and yes, even in this very house, because the fight for gender equality can be something we demand from society while tolerating its opposite in our own spaces. It begins with the courage to confront the patriarchy attitude that still shape decision-making, access to power, and the value placed on women leadership. Honorable Speaker, this is where the ANC stands apart. Our movement has never treated gender equality as a decorative principle. We have embedded it in our principle, our organizational culture, and our leadership architecture. Thank you very much.
Next is Honorable M.S. Mthethwa, Honorable Mpikeleli.
Yes. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Greetings, ngibingelele kuwe, ngibingelele my party leader, Inkosi yaseMatungeni, my chief whip, Wabumgadi, honorable members on my left, ngibingelele the outgoing premier, okanye ngithi ngihambe kahle mphembe. Then special greeting to the gallery, ngibingelele uNcamalala eNkandla, ngibingelele umphakathi osibukayo emakhaya. Before nje with the speech time, I would like to state clearly. Last week we went to Ngwelezane as a Stenga on our festive readiness. Kuma report esiwabonile ne physical visibility into esiyibonele yona. Akulona ihaba into esho Honorable Nkosi ukuthi ama ambulance are below 50% are operational. It is a fact. It is one view, one way of thinking, to downgrade the scale of a problem ephambi kwakho. But the danger of that is that then your response will also be downgraded. You will rather look at it as a harbor, so that now the way of responding is more appropriate. Especially when dealing with emergencies. We are going to the festive, N2 will become a devil road for abantu dependent on EMS. Ngobe nginephutha ke nabe ngingayikhumbuza iGPU ukuthi umkhonto wesizubuza enzeka lapha what 18 is on 61%. My professor once said, when we're discussing TP, if you continue doing the same thing, you will continue getting the same results. This is why after so many years, we find ourselves discussing GPVF with no new results. Maybe we should really look at how are we viewing it. The MKP is ready to deal with GPVF differently. We are ready to examine and change how the world has been viewing GPVF, and we are ready to use different strategies. We can get different results if we do that. I would like to clearly state that GPVF is not classified as a mental health disorder. But if you look at GPVF, you get pedophiles, you get people with anger management issues, you get people who are drug substance-dependent users. Now, if we don't want to look at it like that and fix those problems, maybe that's where we are missing it. That's why we keep getting the same results. We keep getting the same reports. But maybe we really need to deal with it differently, because if you get someone who has raped their own child in 6 months, that is clearly a pedophile. That's a mental health disorder. As much as, yes, they deserve jail time, but they deserve also extensive psychotherapy while they are in the correctional services. So unless we really deal with them like that, we are not going to solve them, because Zombopa, Naepuma, exactly like Nekon. Today, we debate this report. We must confront the painful truth. KwaZulu-Natal is losing this fight against GPV. Teenage pregnancy, substance abuse, and broader social decay affecting our communities. And unless we address the real root cause, unemployment, poverty, addiction, broken families, social disintegration, no campaign, no slogan, and no cluster meeting will save our communities. Honorable Speaker, Chair of Chairs, as the MKP, we acknowledge the work reported by the Premier. We note the deployment of activists with the awareness campaign, the shelters, the Tutuzela centers, and the provincial structures. These are necessary interventions, but we must be honest. The scale of government activity is not yet matching the scale of this crisis. GPVF affects everyone: women, men, children, LGBTQIA+, persons with disabilities. While GPVF overwhelmingly affects women and girls, this House must acknowledge that violence in KwaZulu-Natal is not gender neutral, but it is also gender inclusive. Men and boys are also victims of violence, sexual assault, trauma, and murder. The LGBTQIA+ community continues to face hate crimes and targeted attacks. People living with disability, as the Premier noted, face disproportionate vulnerability. The MKP insists that our response must be inclusive, not selective, not symbolic, and not seasonal. A province in crisis, as unemployment fuels GPVF and social ills. Honorable Speaker, the Premier report confirms what we see daily. Our people are frustrated, unemployed, hopeless, and angry. We live in a province where youth unemployment is above 60%, where men, young and old, sit at home with nothing to do and nothing to lose. Let us be clear: unemployment fuels GPVF, poverty fuels teenage pregnancies, hopelessness fuels substance abuse, lack of opportunities fuels crime and violence. Government campaigns alone cannot solve this. We need an economic transformation, not event-driven activism, while our people be about. Crime statistics, a province bleeding. The Premier shows assault decrease. We welcome that. Assaults GP with gross bodily harm decrease. That is positive. But rape increase. Sexual assault on children under 12 increase in 7 districts. Survivors at Tutuzela centers increase. The majority of survivors are children. What does that say about our society? Honorable Speaker, when a society begins to harm its own children, it is a collapsing from within. And while the Premier highlights hotspots like eThekwini, Mgungundlovu, and King Richard, the truth is that no family in this province feels safe anymore. The 365-day campaign is necessary, but it's not enough. We welcome the shift from the 16 days activism to a year-round campaign. We welcome the 5 pillars, including the focus on persons with disability, culture, sports, and religious and traditional leaders and media partners. But we must ask, where is the budget? Where are the measurable outcomes? Where is the accountability? A campaign without funding is a poster. A slogan without implementation is a speech. A promise without monitoring is a failure in writing. GPVF activists overworked and under-resourced. The Premier admits that GPVF activists working in 184 police stations lack transport, tools of communication, and devices. How do we then deploy people into violence-ridden communities without cars, without radios, without safety gears, without support? This is not activism, Honorable Speaker, it is exploitation. Teenage pregnancy and substance abuse, we are really failing our children. Teenage pregnancies continues to rise. Children as young as 12 are becoming mothers. Many of these pregnancies are not relationships, but they are statutory rape committed by older men who prey on vulnerable girls. Yet the Department of Health, under your eye, Premier, has failed to clearly define a policy that will guide how a healthcare professional processes an underage pregnancy.
Next, Honorable Mkwanyana for 6 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier, MECs, and members in this House. As we confront the scourge of gender-based violence, it is only fitting to begin by commending the KwaZulu-Natal Premier, Honorable A.T. Ntuli, for his meticulously articulated report. It presents tangible, practical interventions designed to tackle GBV head-on. His leadership demonstrates that this provincial government refuses complacency when the lives and dignity of our people are at risk. Instead of cosmetic responses, we are presented with real solution-driven strategies intended to deliver lasting change for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. This is the moment to deliver.
Preventing and addressing gender-based and intimate partner violence is not only a priority, it is fundamental to building strong and safe communities for all. We also extended our appreciation to the police officers who work tirelessly to build watertight cases, and to the judges who impose stringent sentences on perpetrators. Their commitment strengthens public confidence in our justice system. It is encouraging to note that the NPA exceeded its targets, achieving a 76.9% conviction rate for femicide and a 72% conviction rate for sexual offences in Q4 of 24 and 25. Equally significant is the national government's bold step in declaring gender-based violence a national disaster. As the IFP, we state firmly 16 days of activism are not enough. The fight against GBV must be a 365 national commitment. Ngoba ukuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane nezingane kwenzeka nsuku zonke. While women and girls remain disproportionately affected, we must also recognize that men and young boys can be victims of abuse, including molestations, yet suffer in silence for fear of ridicule. Our approach must therefore be holistic, compassionate and rooted in justice for all. Systematic collection of data on GBV affecting male victims is essential to justify service provision and mobilize funding. Police officers, public servants, and NGO personnel must be educated about the realities of men and victims and they must treat their reports with seriousness and dignity. We commend the Honourable Premier for ensuring that 5,196 men were engaged through targeted programs addressing GBV and masculinity. Ezweni lakithi abantu besifazane bakwethu sebephenduke abazingelwa ngenxa yabazingeli abazingela izimpilo zabo. Iyashaqisa imbiko eke ivele ethi abanye abazali badayisa ngezingane zabo kubahlukumezi ngoba bencenye imvalamlomo. Lapho abazali nabo ababoshwe ngoba abanye bakufihla ukuhlukunyezwa kwezingane zabo izihlobo noma othisha esikoleni ngoba bencenge igilosa. Ayipheli indaba yokuthi amacala okuhlukunyezwa ngokocansi kuthiwa ayoqulwa ezinduneni bese lo omhlukumezi kuthiwa kahlawule ukuze udaba lungazofinyelela kwabomthetho. Siyathokoza ukuthi amakhosi angu-606 akwazile ukuba ingxenye yezinhlelo zokulwisana ne-GBV. Sinxusa amakhosi nezinduna-ke ukuthi ezindaweni zawo balwisane nalesi sihlava esisiphenduke umbhedukazi. We must prevent violence before it starts. Without a fundamental shift in society attitudes, we will continue to lose this battle. We urgently need more resources in GBV hotspots, such as eThekwini, uMgungundlovu, and King Cetshwayo, regardless of progressive laws. If individuals still perceive GBV as acceptable behavior, the war will never be won. Perpetrators must be confronted without fear or favor. We call upon our courts to prioritize GBV cases and to demonstrate zero tolerance when presented with credible, watertight evidence. A straight and uncompromising approach is not optional, it is imperative. Another deeply troubling arena is the workplace, where GBV manifests through harassment, coercion, and intimidation. Many victims fear realization or dismissal and therefore remain silent. This culture of fear must end. Employers have a solemn duty to enforce GBV policies to protect their employees. Those who solicit sexual favors or abuse their authority must be decisive consequences. We must also confront the growing threat of cyberbullying, widely recognizing as a form of GBV. Disproportionality affecting young girls and vulnerable communities. This arena deserves dedicated attention and robust intervention. Honourable members, the IFP remains steadfast regardless of political differences. We must stand united. The fight against GBV demands collective action, unwavering commitment, and moral courage. Above all, we must place women and children at the center of our national conscience. Chairperson, let me commend our Premier, the way he tackled the things concerning GBV in this province. Sigemva kwakho Premier, we're going to support you all the time. Noma bangathini sikhona Premier emva kwakho. Siyathokoza.
Siyabonga, Chair of Chairs. We now have come to the end of the debate, and we therefore request the Premier, Honorable 18 Tuli, to take 5 minutes to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, I must appreciate some of the inputs that have been made and the acknowledgement that have been made, especially from the opposition, where some members really could not, in fact, hide the truth and not acknowledge the good work that is done by the GPU in addressing the issue of GBV, acknowledging the importance of the GBV activists that are there, acknowledging the programs that government has by some of the members. In fact, it was very important that we need to be united when we confront the scourge that our women and children are actually facing. And it's important that we do not only shift the blame to either the Premier or to executive, but we must also demonstrate that we are also doing something as leaders, because whether we are in the opposition, whether we are in government, but you are all leaders, you were elected by the people. We want to hear you telling us what is it that you are doing to fight the scourge against gender-based violence. Not to only talk about weaknesses, which are not acknowledging your failure to also play your role in fighting the scourge against gender-based violence. Abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bakhathele ipolitiki ephikisa ngokungabi nako ukufaka umnikelo ozokwazi ukwenza impilo zabo zibe ngcono, ikakhulukazi ezinkingeni ababhekene nazo. The other thing which really worries me, honorable members, is wherein the understanding of a report to me by some of honorable members really leaves some gaps, which really to the people of KwaZulu-Natal ngiyabadabukela ngoba baba nethemba lokuthi sikhona siyoyinika isineke sokucubungula imbiko ukuze sikwazi ukwenza umnikelo ofanele abantu bakwaZulu-Natal. There has been an increase in prevention programs implemented in hotspots areas in schools to reduce GBVF in schools. And I must say, the civil society is engaging with us on quarterly basis. They are with us in the councils that we have here. I'm not aware of memorandums that were sent by the civil society. Izimbizo are a very important consultative platform, a platform of creating awareness. It's a strategy that is used by all, in fact, governments. That is why even political parties, they engage with their members. We cannot therefore say that that is not a working strategy to make everyone aware of a problem, to mobilize everyone to participate and contribute in fighting the scourge against gender-based violence. The issue of the laboratory, in fact, I must say, everyone is aware that the provincial government played a role to make some provision. Unfortunately, the venue that we provided could not meet the requirements, but there is another venue in eThekwini wherein the Public Works National Department with SAPS will be in soon concluding the arrangements to ensure that we have that tentative DNA lab, while SAPS will be looking forward to establish SAPS provincial DNA lab. Honorable members, I must say, at times, when we say GPV activists must be given cars and protective gears, etc., I know that even if they had all that, opposition will always say double their salary now. They will never, in fact, find something positive. Negativity, unfortunately, is a disease that doctors may not understand at times, that will affect some of us minds and brains, and not, in fact, to be meaningful to the challenges that the people of KwaZulu-Natal are actually faced with. And the notion of an outgoing premier, I know the opposition, right from the election of a premier, they never supported the premier. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Premier. We will now, Honorable Members, we have concluded that debate. We move to the next order, which is the report by the MEC. Report by the MEC for Public Works on Vote 14 departmental performance against their annual performance plans in line with the prescripts of the Legislature Standing Rule 1131. Honorable Lucas Meyer.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, Honourable Premier, members of the Executive. Several times I'm on record saying that when I first came into the Department of KZN Public Works and Infrastructure as the MEC, every so often, dreadfully, I would look up and say to myself, what now? Because every now and then in my department, something had either gone wrong or was about to go wrong, whether it was our debt of 800 million, outstanding contract payments, abandoned and disrupted projects, corruption-accused officials, assets unaccounted for, you name it. However, that was little over a year and a half ago. Today I stand before you with my head of ours must work for the people of KwaZulu-Natal, and at each project delay or substandard delivery robs our local communities of much-needed life-changing services, which they are paying for through hard-earned taxes. If it belongs to the public, it must serve the public. With that said, I shall now present you the results of the performance of the year. Program 1, which is corporate services. For the second quarter of the year 2025-2026, we set out to meet 4 target indicators. However, we did not achieve this. When looking at the first indicator, percentage of internal audit action plans implemented within specified time frame, in this regard, out of 100%, we only achieved 25% for quarter 2. The reasons for deviation is that out of a target of 8 audit findings which we were to implement, only 2 were resolved, while the other 6 are currently in progress. Corrective measures have already been adopted. These include revision of implementation dates for the financial year and ongoing measures in resolving current outstanding issues. For the second indicator, which is percentage of external audit plans implemented with specified time frame, here our quarter 2 target was 100%, but unfortunately we have recorded 0%. Reason for deviation are that of the 17 findings on the audit log, all 17 findings are still being implemented. Corrective measures adopted already include the revision of the implementation dates for the financial year and ongoing measures in resolving current outstanding issues. When it comes to the third indicator, percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days for quarter 2, we fell just shy of a 100% target, achieving a score of 98%. And I'm happy to say that this is an improved result from the first quarter, and therefore I'm fully confident that very soon we'll be able to register a 100% scoring. Reason for deviation in this regard is largely due to incomplete and inadequate information submitted by the service providers, which prevented timely validation of their payments. Corrective measures, payments of invoices now being monitored in accordance with MFAS Circular Number 2 of 2025, which relates to the turnaround strategy, payment of invoices within 30 days. As for the fourth indicator, percentage of budget variation, for the second quarter we have a budget variation of 2%. However, we recorded a wider variation of 8.01%. This is also an improved scoring from quarter 1's 8.54 variation. Reason for variation is mainly attributed to higher than anticipated expenditure under transfers and subsidies relating to the payment of municipal property rates, all arising from the previous financial year. As part of corrective measures, expenditures to be monitored on a regular basis to ensure spending remains within budget at year end. The implementation of stringent cost-cutting measures will further assist the department to reduce the spending on non-service delivery items. Other measures are to include enhanced budget management through improved forecasting and monthly variance and analysis in order to maintain fiscal discipline, introduce capacity building initiatives for officials involved in financial audit processes in order to strengthen governance and to reduce delays. These intervention measures will be monitored closely to ensure that Programme 1 fully aligns with the annual performance plan of the department and that confidence in administrative processes are restored. Apologies. Other indicators under Programme 1 are annual and include an approved procurement plan submitted to Provincial Treasury by the 31st of March 2026, percentage of implementation of procurement plan, percentage of women at SMS level, percentage representation of staff with disabilities, among others. And I can confidently report that we are on track with many of these, and this will be reflected as part of the annual report by the department. The fact that Programme 1 did not achieve any of its 4 indicators remains a substantial concern to me, as this speaks to falling short of the meeting obligations related to governance. Under the new KZN Public Works Infrastructure, accountability and transparency are at the forefront of what we stand for, and this is what we have become known for since turning around this department. Like many other things, this too is a work in progress. Going forward, tighter control measures will come into effect, as well as improved systems for invoicing processing, along with speedy implementation of audit recommendations. I am happy, though, that issues like late contractor payment are soon to be a thing of the past, as we are making significant progress there in order to reduce the knock-on effects, which includes project disruptions due to late payments. We have also embarked on a successful educational and assistance drive to meet service providers and contractors halfway, so that all requirements are in order and processing of payments is without hiccups or delays. To this regard, I can confidently say that the next outcome by the Auditor General will be a favourable one without a single finding, as the issue was the only finding. Programme 2, which is immovable asset management. The issue of asset management as well as registry was one of the things that we've identified as a priority when I came into office. It was important for us to understand what assets we have and what purpose they will serve if we are to be a new lean KZN Public Works and Infrastructure. In this context, this would further help us in the fight against hijacked and abandoned buildings, as well as cut down on our massive bill of rates and office space rentals. For quarter 2 of the 2025-2026 financial period, we have met all 3 indicators, meaning we have achieved 100% target for the second quarter. When it comes to our first indicator, number of utilization inspections conducted for office accommodation, state-owned, in this regard, a target of 39 was set and attained. Second indicator, number of utilization inspections conducted for office accommodation hired. For this, we have set a target of 53, which was achieved. And for the third indicator, number of facilities provided, we set the target of 13. I'm proud to say that we've overachieved here, recording as much as 18. Measures implemented are indeed paying off. I'm happy to report that this excellent outcome comes in the back of a recently completed audit of all 10,067 buildings, land parcels, and other assets. We now know exactly which is on our books, how to proceed with dealing with them. This has also enabled us to offload deadweight assets to the benefit of KZN communities with NGOs, schools, skills development community centres and churches prioritised. It has also allowed us to initiate ongoing strategic discussions with law enforcement, including the KZN Police Commissioner, in order to strike and take back our hijacked properties. I look forward to sharing more positive reports in this area. Other indicators include the release of hectares of land for socio-economic purposes. We are well on track with this regard, as indicated by MOUs recently signed with KZN Agriculture and Rural Development, KZN Economic Development, Tourism and Economic Affairs, and KZN Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs, with the aim to create jobs, stimulate local community economies. So I look forward to report on these annual indicators at a later stage. Other indicators under Programme 2 include percentages of local budget spent on approved property rates invoices from municipalities, which is an area of concern for us as KZN Public Works and Infrastructure. We remain concerned by the exorbitant and inconsistent rates charged to us as a department, as well as the somewhat aggressive stance taken once there is defaulting. The truth of the matter remains that we are doing the best we can with what we have. However, budget constraints remain a reality in which we have to operate. Program 3, the Extended Public Works Program. The EPWP program is a proud offering from...
Mr. Mayor, you take your seat, please. Honorable Kika, what role are you rising on?
57-1.
Okay. A question, what is your question of privilege?
Madam Speaker, I'm a little bit concerned about continuing debate.
Okay, can one member of the executive take over? Honorable Mahlaba, Honorable Kika, Honorable Mtetwa, do that. Okay, whoever said that is not an adult. Honorable member of the executive, continue. One member of the executive, continue with the report. Thank you, Honorable Kika, for the vigilance in the House. Chief Whips, that's the work of Chief Whips. Thank you. You may continue, Honorable Simelane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On Program 3, which is Expanded Public Works Program, the EPWP program is a proud offering from KZN Public Works and Infrastructure, as it allows the department to play its role in upskilling and uplifting young people. This program is therefore an ongoing pride project, with the department having plans in the pipeline for further strengthening its offering to be more aligned with industry needs and standards. In ensuring this, along with my department officials, have engaged various stakeholders, including TVET, colleges, training centers in the private sector, as well as hosting the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training. Just recently, last week, Thursday on the 20th, the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure met and joined the Minister at the launch of the EPWP Reforms Program, which aims to ensure inclusivity and prioritize people living with disability. With that said, the second quarter of 2025-26, the department had set themselves to achieve on the target of 5 indicators. MEC is happy to say that they have not only recorded 100% achievement in this regard, but have also outperformed in this space. For the first indicator, which is number of work opportunities created, they had set themselves a goal to create 1,200 jobs and realize this for the second quarter. This comes in the back of strong showing for quarter 1, where their target was to create 800 jobs, and they delivered by creating 836 jobs. On the second indicator, which is the number of beneficiary empowerment intervention, here their quarter 2 target was 1, and they met this target. When it comes to the third indicator, which is number of training initiatives provided to emerging contractors, here their target was 2, and 2 was successfully reached. The fourth indicator, which is the number of public bodies reporting on EPWP targets in the province, the MEC is proud to share that in this area, their target was 65, and they also met this target successfully. Last week, MEC was in Chatsworth with the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, where he launched a program to enhance the number of people with disabilities that are taken up in the EPWP program. He also wishes to announce that they have successfully lobbied the national department and are one of the 2 provinces together where the new EPWP program that enhances training ensures skills transfer to EPWP recipients and will more effectively use EPWP workers in the maintenance of government infrastructure. EPWP is vital, but not perfect. and they are working to not only maintain it, but to improve it, enhance it, and depoliticize the program. Regarding their fifth indicator, which is number of interventions implemented to support public bodies' participation in the EPWP, the department's Q2 target was 3, and they also met this target. Overall, while the performance reflected under Program 1 is less than desirable, MEC is encouraged by the performance reflected in Programs 2 and 3. Work is already well underway to ensure improvements to Program 1, as indicated earlier. Clean, transparent, and accountable governance may remain something they are committed to, and that has formed part of their identity as the new KZN Public Works and Infrastructure. This includes implementation of all outstanding audit recommendations. In this regard, they will continue to work alongside the Auditor General as well as the Office of the Premier.
Honorable Smelane, I hear all day, and you are now standing in the shoes of the MEC for Public Works.
Okay,
you read
Chair.
the speech as it is.
All right. Hey, okay. I'll do so, Speaker. Apologies. While the report delivered today is somewhat clear on the challenges and shortcomings still faced by KZN Public Works and Infrastructure, however, it is worth noting that some of these are issues that are slightly out of our control. As such, the payment of contractors within 30 days due to incorrect information submitted or late payments from clients, which tends to have a domino effect on our ability to pay on time. However, we have not stood back and folded our arms. We are engaging parties on an ongoing basis to ensure that this process goes swiftly so that all payments are well within the 30 days period, which has positive outcomes for all parties involved. However, we are also encouraged by outcomes reported back today, such as Program 2, which speaks to how we have dealt with the long-standing issue of asset management and registry. We still remain the only government entity that has taken full account of what it owns, and based on this, we now have a bird's eye view of what is ours. I must also say that our recently developed asset management digital system, which was also unveiled before the media, is a game changer, as through inputs pinpoints exactly where each of the department's assets are located, addresses municipalities, districts, and what the current status of usage is. Again, we remain the only department to have achieved this, and thus we solidify our position ahead of the curve. I must also share that the audit of all our 10,067 assets was done in-house and no consultants were outsourced. This ensured that we make full use of our qualified officials and that we save the taxpayers' money. As a result, the audit process cost the department absolutely nothing, zero. We have several plans in the pipeline which will address how we utilize and reposition our properties, with the end goal being a KZN Public Works and Infrastructure that has fully leveraged all its assets and to benefit local communities while ridding itself of deadweight property which continues to eat into our delicate budget. Speaker, I remain particularly with the showings under Program 3, namely EPWP. KZN has many young people who are eagerly wanting to be part of the workforce. I was encouraged by recent stats news that showed that in the second and third quarter of this year, 54,000 jobs were created in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, with the construction sector contributing with 33,000 jobs created. This is an employment boost over just 10% and means the livelihood of some 235,000 people in the province is sustained through construction. EPWP offering aims to increase the number of skilled and employed young people. Currently, as KZN Public Works and Infrastructure, we are in the process of amending the offering so that it comes more of an offering which empowers young people with sustainable skills so that they continue to add value to society long after leaving the program. Overall, I remain proud and encouraged by the performance of the programs that I have shared here today. Even in areas we have fallen slightly short, I can attest that these are already being addressed, and I can confidently say that the outcomes of these will be seen and communicated soon. KZN Public Works and Infrastructure has come a long way under the current administration and government of provincial unity, and has set the example for many other departments and entities as to what can be achieved with good planning and a deepened focus on the target ahead. I must state that this is just the beginning, and what we are witnessing is the start of something that will be the blueprint for a clean, lean, and accountable department that puts the people of KwaZulu-Natal first. Speaker, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has come a long way again, and we have a long way still to go. Public confidence and the confidence of investors have improved in the department as we reposition ourselves to spearhead a new infrastructure and construction boom in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. In my travels across the province and in many almost daily engagements with the public and stakeholders, I can say, Speaker, the public has confidence in this department. Traditional leaders have confidence in this department. The private sector has confidence in this department. Contractors have confidence in this department. KZN has confidence in this department and this government. So we will continue to build KZN better with confidence. Thank you very much, Somla.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC, for stepping up. The rules, by the way, do allow that a member may take over the business, but a member of the executive can only hand over the business to a member in the executive. Now, honorable members, we are starting the debate. We will start first with the debate on the mid-term budget performance reviews reports, and we will start with the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, the Honorable M.E. Dlungwana, who would table the committee report for 10 minutes. Keta.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Leader of Government Business, MECs, of course, Nkosazana Madungeni, and all honorable members. On the 11th of November, the Finance Portfolio Committee received a comprehensive briefing from Provincial Treasury on the mid-term budget performance review for the 25-26 financial year. The committee identified a sample of 6 departments and 3 entities which were invited to attend mid-year budget performance reviews with the Portfolio Committee for Finance. The Provincial Treasury assisted us with the pre-hearing briefings prior to each hearing. The committee extends its sincere appreciation to the team of Provincial Treasury for their support during these hearings. During the hearings, the department and public entities have to respond to all of the issues raised by the members of Finance Portfolio Committee based on the 25-26 mid-year budget performance report. There is a projected over-expenditure amounting to 7.5 billion, mainly in the health and education departments. This signals a systemic underfunding and structural budget pressures, especially for wage agreements and accruals. While additional funding from the National Treasury is expected, it will only partially address the gap, requiring the department to implement turnaround strategy and saving plans. The persistent shortfall in public works property rates budget highlights the need for long-term baseline correction and the property portfolio rationalization. The department were reminded of their responsibility under Section 39(2) of the PFMA to avoid overspending. The province in aggregate collected 2.1 billion in the first half of 25-26, collecting about 102% against the mid-year projection. Most departments over-collected compared to what was projected by mid-year. The revenue collection was at 51% of the annual budget of 4.2 billion, and the province is projecting to over-collect by about 74.2 million at the end of the year, which is good. Health is projecting a significant over-expenditure of about 5.3 billion at the end of the end year. The department has projected for the 25 wage agreement in the remaining quotas, which has not been fully budgeted for, as the department was unable to budget for the National Treasury forecast of 4.6% and still has significant pressures despite additional budget of 334 million for the 0.9 gap in the main budget. And this contributes significantly to the pressures, which is approximately 1.3 billion, as well as unfunded existing staff. There are also accruals from the 24-25 of about 3.2 billion, and the projected overspending will require careful management to avoid compromising the fiscus and to make sure that the exercise of excessive accruals are carried over to 26-27. The department is currently finalizing the saving plan towards managing their budget pressures. Education is projecting overspending of about 899 million at the year end, which is a bit lesser compared to what we saw last year. The year-end over expenditure is mainly projected against the compensation of employees due to the 25 wage agreement, which the department was unable to fully budget for, due to a continued impact in respect to carried through effect of the 21-22 MTF budget cuts, despite additional funding from the National Treasury. This budget cut also rendered several filled and vacant posts unfunded. The total accruals and payables not recognized to be paid in this financial year exceeded the total accruals and payables not recognized to be paid in this financial year exceeded the total accruals and payables not recognized made to be paid in this financial year exceeded the total accruals and payables not recognized made to be paid in this financial year exceeded the total accruals and payables not recognized made to be paid in this financial year exceeded the total accruals and payables not recognized made to be paid in this financial year exceeded the total accruals and payables not recognized. This is that projecting an over expenditure of 319 million at the year end. The mid-year expenditure included an amount of 756 million of accruals and 1.4 billion of payables not recognized. In August, IYM, the department had projected a balanced budget. However, this position has changed in September, IYM, where the department has projected an over expenditure of 319 million in respect of the shortfall related to the learner transport services. And therefore, this becomes a funded mandate for the Department of Transport. The departments undertook various shifts environments in the first 6 months of the year. These changes, as well as further changes still to be undertaken, will be formalized in the 25-26 adjustments estimates. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Finance Portfolio Committee met on the 26th to adopt its report and the accompanying resolution based on the 25-26 mid-year budget performance. The Finance Portfolio Committee report and resolutions taken during the hearings for the 25-26 mid-year budget performance are hereby submitted for adoption by the legislature. My apologies, Honorable Speaker, I'm really not well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, Nina. Thank you, Honorable Dlungwana. Honorable Mavimbela. Honorable BM Zuma. Honorable BM Zuma, I am referring to yourself also. Please do, when you see that, know that Rule 81 is in order at any given time, Honorable BM Zuma, on behalf of your own members of caucus, like how Honorable Kika also was raising, it is in line with Rule 81. Now, honorable members, thank you. Honorable Dlungwana, Ketom Tandayo. We will now request the second report for 5 minutes by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on the Standing Committee of Oversight on the Legislature, Honorable L.J. de Klerk Slalo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The report serves to present the committee views on status of performance by vote 2 KZN Legislature at mid-year 2025-26 financial year. The committee meets quarterly with the legislator speaker, presiding officer, secretary and senior management of the legislature to oversee performance of the legislature. It must be stated that we enjoy a very good oversight accountability.
Sorry, Chairperson Ukol. I am also once more sending Honorable Dr. Kika and Honorable Mtetwa outside with Honorable Dlungwane. I can see that the leader of government business was there, but do go outside with the team, please. You may continue, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and that it is further evidence of unqualified audit outcomes that the legislator has been attaining for the past 5 consecutive years, this year included. We wish to congratulate the legislator of KwaZulu-Natal for continuing to walk the talk by showing that the governance issues are as important as service delivery issues. While the legislature service delivery is about ensuring performance of departments and involvement of stakeholders in the legislature business, it is equally important to maintain the record such that at audit time there is no delays between the request of the Auditor General and submission of the requested documents. We also cannot underplay the importance of the role played by our internal audit committee, who constantly ensure that there is improvement in the systems of the legislator. The committee received and considered the second quarter budget performance report, noting expenditure, revenue and areas of underspending resolution. The committee noted that the legislator has produced the tools of trade and was in process of distributing to the officials. The committee therefore calls upon the legislator to continue the process before the end of the calendar year, so that to ensure that there is no disruption in the performance by officials of the legislator. A report on the distribution of tools of trades to be shared with the committee at the final meeting in 2026, our first meeting. The 24-25 annual report was presented with a focus on the performance against APP targets, clean audit outcomes and financial result. The committee noted that the legislator attained a 5th consecutive unqualified audit report and that the Auditor General had also made value-added findings. Resolution, it is therefore recommended that the legislator continue on the track of this performance on a quarterly basis as so to ensure that all targets are met and value-added findings and factored into performance systems. The second quarter institutional performance report indicated that only one target was missed due to scheduling with ongoing monitoring of committee and Department of Responsiveness. The committee was, however, assured that the missed target had already been met and will also reflect such in the third quarter performance report. The importance of timing of tabling of departmental reports was emphasized as this affects committee oversight and engagement with the executive. Noting the resolution noting that the standing rules provides for the tabling of performance reports by the executive and there is now significant compliance with the rule. It is therefore resolved that the purpose of conclusion of performance value chain, the reports tabled in the House must be formally referred to the House to relevant committees for processing and report back to the House. Legislative quarterly reports and departmental reports tabled and referred to committees to be shared with the Standing Committee of Oversight quarterly. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable de Klerk. Both chairpersons, as reported, will start the debate, but before we even start the debate, be alerted that the Honourable Chairperson of Finance Committee will respond from his bench. Now, we will call upon the first member for 6 minutes on behalf of the MK, Honourable Siti Kani.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Inkosi yaseMadungeni, my oncoming Premier, members of the Executive, fellow members of the House, and most importantly, the people of KwaZulu-Natal, whom we serve as the true custodian of this province's future. Today, as we debate and prepare to adopt this report on the 2025-26 mid-year budget performance hearings, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party stands firm on our commitment to radical economic transformation, not the superficial kind peddled by those who have mismanaged our resources for decades, but a genuine, people-centered approach that dismantled the legacy of colonial and apartheid-era fiscal chains. This report lays bare the bleeding wounds of our provincial budget, a projected overspending of 7.5 billion, driven primarily by chronic underfunding in health and education. These are not mere numbers. They are the cries of our nurses collapsing under impossible workloads, our teachers rationing chalk for our children, and our families left destitute by a system that prioritizes austerity over humanity. Let us be clear. This overspending is not a failure of execution alone, but a deliberate symptom of structural sabotage. The wage agreement of 2025, which our frontline workers rightfully demanded, were never fully budgeted for, not because of incompetence, but because National Treasury miserably forecast of 4.6% inflation adjustment left provinces like ours starved. Health 5.386 billion shortfall compounded by 3.267 billion in accruals from 2024-2025 is a ticking bomb. Unfunded staff and the 0.9% gap, despite the 334.384 million patch, reveal a fiscal held hostage by elite interest in Pretoria education faces no better with 899.587 million in projected overspending against compensation of employees. Haunted by the ghost of 2021-2025 MTEF cuts that left posts unfunded and accruals swelling to over 1.645 billion. How can we build a knowledge economy when our schools are funded like afterthoughts? And let us not forget public works and infrastructure, 826.810 million whole, largely from 838.310 million for shortfall in municipal property rates. A direct indictment of the failed property portfolio that enriches a few while our infrastructure crumples. Transport 319.298 million overspend. Tied to learner transport pressures of 300 million that department must absurdly absorb within the equitable share, exposes the cruelty of treating essential services as optional. Even the office of the premiers, 75 million pressure on the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund, mocks our youth's aspiration, forcing rollovers that delay real empowerment. Lo hulumeni we-GPU awunandaba nabantu abasha. Natamba amanga nathi kunemali ebekelwe abantu abasha namanje ayikaze bayithola. In closing, the MK Party will support this report's adoption on basis that our resolution edge in fire, mandate immediate costed audits of all accruals over 100 million, enforce monthly public dashboards with civil society inputs, and compel the Premier to convene a provincial fiscal justice summit by March 2026, inviting Amakosi, youth formations, and trade unions to co-design the 2026-2027 baseline. Anything less betrays the mandate given to us by the masses in 2024. We are not here to manage decline. We are here to ignite transformation. Amandla awethu siyayilanda iprovince.
Honorable members, honorable members on my right, on the senior bench of my right, I want to appeal to members that there is a reason that there is a solemnity of the House, especially when there is a sitting, is always put forward. Now, when we also cause noise on top of those who had ensured that the solemnity of the House today is, we can't get what is said by the Speaker. And it's important for members to hear each and every member. The daily conversations is ehle. Mahlamini mazehle conversations is no, actually it's Honorable Dlamini and Honorable Zuma Tobani. Uze waxolisa uMadlamini wakudonsa ngebhathi usaqhubeka usamkhulumisa. So ndiyacela azehle ingxoxo ndingaziva. What is next, Honorable Zuma? Ndizawutsho uba benithini. Now, honorable members, please, siyastraglisha namhlanje. I am now calling the Honorable LJ de Klerk for 9 minutes on behalf of the IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to address this House on the 25-26 mid-year budget performance. The report before us is quite frank and candid, and for that, we must appreciate the work of Provincial Treasury. But this honestly also requires us as the legislator to confront some difficult truths about how we are managing the public funds in KZN. As the IFP, we approach this discussion with fairness and with respect, especially because many of the departments facing pressures are led by our partners in government. But we also approach it with firmness,
because the future of the province depends on our collective courage to correct what is going wrong. Allow me to reflect on the key departments that shape the daily lives of the citizens, which include departments of education, health and transport. The Department of Education continues to face substantial pressures with a projected over-expenditure of almost 900 million at year end. We understand the immense responsibilities of this department carries. Millions of learners rely on it, and the system is still dealing with the long-term impact of previous budget cuts. But we must be realistic. This pattern of spending more than the allocated amount cannot continue. Accruals now exceed 1.6 billion are a clear warning sign that the system is not sustainable as it stands. We want to acknowledge the department's efforts, including the planned headcount, the verification of other cost-constraint measures. We also steps in the right direction. We must emphasize the real and meaningful rationalization is now unavoidable. Education must protect its core functions, which is teaching and learning, while cutting back on non-essential costs and streamlining administrative burdens. It is not enough to blame the economic downturn if our internal spending patterns are not aligned with fiscal reality. In the Department of Health, the pressure is even more severe. A projected overspending of over 5.3 billion is alarming, and it is a clear signal that the current model is unsustainable. Nonetheless, we must acknowledge the extraordinary demand placed on the department. Health carries the heaviest human burden in the government. Lives are at stake every day in every facility. But even under such pressures, we cannot ignore the massive accruals carried from last year. The interest of accumulation on overdue municipal accounts and the procurement of inefficiencies that drain resources before they reach the frontline services. Health, perhaps more than any other department, must undergo structural rationalization. No cuts that harm patients, but reform that eliminate waste, reduce duplication, improve procurement controls, and ensure that the money we have truly goes to the essential services. We appreciate the development of a savings plan, but we insist that this plan must be practical and that it's shared with the legislature for oversight. The Department of Transport is another lifeline for our communities. From learner transport to road maintenance to public transport operations, it affects every household in KZN. However, it is also facing unavoidable fiscal pressures, which is with a projected over-expenditure of over 300 million. Once again, some of this comes from the accruals and late shifting of projections. We understand the legitimate pressures under the learner transport and the funding needed to ensure that the children go to school safely. But we must also ask why these pressures were not forecast earlier and why accruals continue to resurface. Transport must not cut essential services, but must organize itself differently. Rationalization must happen at administrative and overhead levels so that we have core functions, safe roads, functioning transport system, and learner transport are protected and prioritized. Honourable Speaker, it is important to step back and look at the provincial picture, because the latter are not only departments facing fiscal pressures. Across all departments, projected over-expenditure sits at over 7.5 billion. It is a structural warning. Accruals remain rooted. Underspending in certain programs is matched with overspending in others, and the vital wage agreement remains only partially budgeted for. We cannot complain about slow economic growth and national budget constraints while our spending behaviour suggests that we can continue business as usual. We cannot keep spending beyond our means and then expect shock when Treasury imposes controls. The situation is not new, and it will not correct itself without decisive action. We must also reflect on the role of the legislative portfolio committees. Cannot treat oversight as once a quarter formality. Treasury has encouraged monthly monitoring through the live dashboard system, and we must embrace that. Oversight must become proactive, not reactive. We cannot wait until the end of the year to discover that overspending that was obvious from the start. This is a multi-party government, which means responsibility is shared across parties and accountability must be collective. We must be careful in our tone, but we must be clear in our message. The future of the province depends on the decisions we make today. It is time for us to rationalize budgets, not to harm service delivery, but to protect it. It is time to be realistic and honest about what we can afford. It is time to strengthen oversight, tighten internal control so that we do not rely on bailouts year after year. Honourable Speaker, our people want services that are reliable, consistent and sustainable. They want schools that function, clinics that have medicine roads that are safe. They want a government that spends wisely and delivers decisively, and they deserve nothing less. As the IFP, we are committed to ensuring that KwaZulu-Natal moves forward with discipline. We support good governance, we support financial responsibility, and we support a future of fiscal sustainability becomes the norm rather than the exception. Let us put our province first, and as the future of our children lies with it. I can also say that is why we support our Premier, Honourable Ntuli, because just imagine the 9 premiers that will follow in a period of 6 months if MK comes to power. What utter chaos that will be. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, we now move to the next speaker on behalf of the ANC for 6 minutes. Honourable Sizophila Mpilo-Yaqhubeka. Magnificent Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the Premier in absentia, Tom Dallas Nkandla, the leader of government business, Lwandle Galuelwa, Siyabingelela, to all honourable members. Honourable Speaker, we meet here today and we see unfortunate circumstances outside. Omama badala befoqoza isinkwe esibrown necoke while abahlonishwa bezohamba bayodla ibiliboco ngaphakathi. To the African National Congress, the budget is beyond an accounting instrument. It is a central ideological level for transformation. It is Honourable Seme, so naibe lungisa isikhathi yini inhlonitshwa yini qhubeleka Honourable Mkhize. Hayibo imani ngamasaladi qhubeleka Mkhize. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is through progressive and people-centered budgets that we advance equity.
Honourable Gas and Honourable Seme, 16th day of activism must also be minded by women. Continue, Honourable. And Honourable members, the reason that what you are doing is unfortunate is because it's a fellow woman, a young woman, and I believe that in the House we have less than 5 young women. They include Honourable Seme on those that are less than 5. Continue, Honourable Mkhize.
It is through a progressive and people-centered budget that we advance equity, strengthen the machinery of service delivery, and stabilize the state so it serves our people with dignity and justice. Thus, as we engage in this report of the 25-26 media budget performance, we do so reaffirming this enduring and foundational ANC conviction that the budgets must always be a catalyst for transformative change in the lives of our people. Speaker, it is this understanding that guides our posture today, a posture anchored in responsibility, honesty, and revolutionary discipline. This mid-year report before us is undoubtedly a reflection of the state of our developmental trajectory. It reveals where the provincial administration is advancing the transformational agenda, and equally where institutional weaknesses threaten to blunt the impact of our constrained public resources. Honourable members, it is our duty as trusted by the people to ensure that every rand appropriated moves us closer to equity, dignity, and justice. In fact, the ANC has long asserted that governance must be people-centered, transparent, and accountable. And this report affirms the value of those principles. The work of the Finance Portfolio Committee under Ukhetho Mthandayo Udlungwane reflects this discipline. Its engagement with departments, its insistence on credible planning, and its rigorous interrogation of expenditure patterns demonstrates the ANC's commitment to strengthening the state's machinery, where departments demonstrate disciplined spending and credible implementation. We acknowledge this evidence of a maturing and a capable state. At this time, the report compels us to confront areas where weaknesses in planning delays execution and inconsistent grant utilization undermine service delivery. The ANC does not shy away from such truths because transformation cannot be advanced through complacency. A capable state requires coherence between planning, budgeting, and implementation. Where that coherence is absent, we must correct it with agency. This is why the committee's call for stronger contract management, timely procurement, tighter oversight of turnaround plans, and improved alignment of department strategies is so critical. Honourable Speaker, as we affirm our commitment to accountability, it is so crucial and so important that all political parties uphold the same integrity they so confidently demand of others in this very same House. We have seen the recent public controversies, including MK's party's 70 million in constituencies funds that went missing, an allegation that a DA leader misuses party's credit cards for indulgence of personal use. But, Honourable Speaker, the hypocrisy becomes even sharper when we consider that it is the DA that leads the provincial treasury. Yet the posture is champions of prudence. While our departments remain structurally underfunded, it is certainly easy to point fingers at others while holding the very purse strings that could empower service delivery.
Honourable Rogers, you can't even be intimidating a member and say you're coming for her. Withdraw that. Withdraw.
That's a threat.
No, now it's Tula. Withdraw on record, Honourable Rogers.
Apologise without any reservation.
Thank you, Honourable Rogers.
Thank you.
And also, Honourable Speaker, in truth, we are the victims of the system that was deliberately engineered to privilege the few and to marginalize, exploit, and brutalize the vulnerable majority. We have been conditioned to turn on one another, and we have been conditioned to turn on one another, to hate, to kill, to slaughter each other, forgetting that the system itself and remains the true architect of our suffering. Those who built the system, who presided over the slaughter of our people, now sit comfortably at the same tables as if they carry no stain of history. Breaking those barriers was not an easy thing. And today, contradiction persists. Guns and roses remain too far apart to create peace. Peace is not a gift, it is mutual, and through justice, equity, and truth. Our differences, Honourable Speaker, are worlds apart, just like roses and guns. Once we were judged by the colour of our skins, now we're judged by the colour of our flags. This guns and roses reality is the turbulence we must navigate. Honourable Speaker, It is for this reason that we support the findings of this report and the resolutions of the Finance Portfolio Committee. Transformation requires honesty. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, I want to call on honourable members to please allow each other to be heard. Also allow yourselves to hear. Now, may you take your seat until I call the next member. Honourable members, this is the last sitting. I can't wait to speak on this because I've spoken before. Now I'm speaking to Honourable Mngadi. I'm addressing Honourable Mngadi about the compliance of your contingent to the rules that relate to dress code. The next member to debate knew before I knew that she has veered, because when she came in, she was looking at me, and that's when I noticed she has veered. Please find space to ensure that rules are internalized and they are meaning. Thank you. The next member, honourable members, for 5 minutes is Honourable I.H. Manchero Bashiela on behalf of the MK.
Honourable Speaker, Party Leader, my President Jacob Zuma, and our members outside. Greetings. Today I shall begin with my conclusion, and my conclusion is this: ill-begotten finance and government will no longer happen. MK is coming, and it is coming with everything it's got. It's coming for the people. It's coming to serve those that are waiting to be served. The House can hear the people outside, and it reflects the desperation in people waiting for a governance that will serve them. So every rand is allocated and spent in line with the Constitution, and that is our intention. This is our stated attention, and it is not to be spent and not to be given out to friends, family, and Stellenbosch. So, and there's one aspect that I want to concentrate on today, and that is the clean audits. The report by the province has said, Provincial Treasury demonstrated robust compliance with financial regulations and reporting standards. Then it went on to say, most programs showed improved, sustained high performance. Clean audit opinion reflects sound financial management and effective internal controls. For 17 years, we've had clean audits, one with the GPU and 17 with ANC. And in that same period, youth unemployment has doubled. General unemployment is at its highest. Between last year and this year, 104,000 jobs were lost. If each worker supports a household of 4, that means that nearly 500,000 people have lost stability of whatever they bought with their wages when they were employed. Never before in provincial history have we seen such widespread water disconnections, rising homelessness with such deepening despair. Clean audits coexist with dirty streets, dry taps, broken infrastructure, and collapsing livelihood. The paperwork is perfect, but the lives of our people are not. The people of KZN are fed up of being punished, and the parties on the right, and this is what they effectively do. The design is to punish the poor and reward the rich. Honourable Speaker, I must say again, what cannot be denied, South Africa is not a poor country. We're a nation of immense wealth, but wealth captured, ring-fenced, wealth removed from the people does not help. What the middle class and poor face, they pay the highest per kilowatt hour than business. This is why so many homes are in darkness. Our natural resources include the world's largest reserves of platinum group minerals, substantial deposits of gold, coal, chromium, manganese, iron ore, and diamonds. 5.34 million of carats of diamonds with the price of 13,000 rand per carat, which amounts to 6.9 billion. In my other debate, I've already gone through the value of gold, and we have fertile agricultural land. So with this kind of wealth, there should be no reason to have first world wealth, first world living, and third world poverty side by side. With all of this abundance, how do we explain mass job losses, mass disconnections, record homelessness, and chronic poverty? The pattern is clear. Government's procurement machinery, particularly through the PPP partnerships, funnels money upward. Billionaires, politically connected elites, and large corporations benefit disproportionately. Contracts worth billions leave the province, and so too end up in offshore accounts. The turnaround in KwaZulu-Natal could have begun after June 2024, but because of political maneuvering, the people who were supposed to govern did not govern. The change did not necessarily have to happen by a vote of no confidence. Every person exercising their conscience should know that the seat of the Premier belongs to MK Party, that 5 or 6 of the MEC seats belong to MK Party.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The next seat belongs to Honorable Protestant.
Speaker, can I go?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members and the people of KZN, who meets at the midpoint of the financial year to ask a fundamental question. Is public money turning into public value? Are our budgets delivering clean water for farmers, safe tourism facilities, rural infrastructure, and real opportunities for our youth and small businesses? Mid-year is not just an accounting checkpoint, it is a test of governance. Where delivery is happening, we must commend it. Where spending is slow, misdirected, or opaque, we must act swiftly and transparently. There are bright spots in KZN that deserve credit. As in Velo, KZN Wildlife has advanced critical maintenance renovations at the Hilltop Camp and Loteni Reserve are underway. Pathway lighting and restaurant decking at Hilltop are complete, and road repairs at Midmar are progressing alongside water system upgrades. These are not cosmetic, they underpin tourism, sustain jobs, and strengthen conservation. Yet vigilance is needed. Accommodation revenue is lagging at 40%, and the looming exit of Isimangaliso assets by February 2026 threatens income. Without proactive planning, this will mean reactive cuts and compromised service. Dubai Tradeport Corporation shows encouraging revenue growth, driven by ICT clients and strategic rollovers into catalytic projects like the Automotive Supplier Park and Horticulture Initiative. These investments can unlock industrial growth and employment, but only if capacity matches ambition. 31 critical vacancies remain unfilled due to policy delays. HR bottlenecks cannot be allowed to stall delivery. The Office of the Premier has exceeded revenue targets, and the provincial legislature is broadly within the 50% benchmark. But beneath these headlines lie inefficiencies, uneven program execution, and escalating administrative costs, IT audits, and travel that demand sharper prioritization and value for money discipline. On the contrary, we must highlight persistent concerns. The most alarming failures are in agriculture and rural development. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has spent only 38.6% of its budget so far. Program 3, Rural Development, is at a shocking 8.5%. Conditional grants, lifelines for farmers, are chronically underutilized. CASP is at 9.6, Ilema/Letsema is at 6.5. These mean that irrigation pumps are unrepaired, canals are clogged, boreholes undrilled, and agri-hubs stalled. For rural communities, this translates into fewer crops, higher costs, and deepening poverty. The Agribusiness Development Agency, ADA, mirrors this failure. Only 35.5% of its adjusted budget has been spent, with enterprise value chains development at 19.6% and infrastructure development at 23.3%. Delays in CASP approvals froze projects, leaving farmers in Makatini facing constant water interruptions and mills rejecting cane due to breakdowns. Smallholders scaled down on production while costs mounted. This is not a technical glitch. It's a direct assault on livelihoods in Jozini, Pongola, and beyond. Etia, while spending 49.1% of his budget, marks inefficiencies. Transfers to municipalities and entities like Dube Trayport and Ezemvelo were delayed by incomplete agreements, slowing infrastructure and tourism projects. Meanwhile, 178.9 million was rushed to Itala SOC Limited to cover operational costs. This is an emergency measure that signals weak financial planning. Across departments, vacant posts remain unfilled, bursary payments delayed, and youth empowerment funds stuck in bureaucratic limbo. These failures mean fewer jobs, slower service delivery, and missed opportunities for growth. Ezemvelo faces its own fiscal fragility. There is catering for 3,500 odd jobs in Ezemvelo, but only funding for 1.8 or 1,800. 33 million rand has been shifted from salaries to operations, and accommodation revenue is far below budget. Vacancies mean stretched ranger patrols, slower response to human-wildlife conflict, and declining hospitality standards, hurting tourism and local economies. Then we move on to the Zulu Royal House Trust, which has already spent 62.5% of its adjusted budget, with operations management at 76.3%, driven by legal costs and 18 additional beneficiaries. Without a sustainable funding plan, the pressure risks crowding out frontline services. Transparency is non-negotiable. Disclose beneficiaries, cost drivers, and cut down on non-essential travel. The provincial legislature itself projects a 32.4 million rand overspend by year-end, driven by wage agreements and ICT upgrades, including a 20 million rand request for a new audio-visual system. While modernisation matters, overspending administration while communities lack basic services is indefensible. As a responsible member of the Government of Provincial Unity, the Democratic Alliance, unlike the opposition that specialise in so-called progressive bluster and noise, we put forward the following solutions. Performance-linked appropriations. Redirect funds from chronic underspenders to shovel-ready products. Makatini's canal rehabilitation. Irrigation pumps, boreholes, fencing, tourism upgrades. Milestone-based management. Establish a CASP Ilema dashboard with weekly milestones, contractors' names, site photos, and employment status. Entry compliance and accountability. Zero tolerance for budget shifts without Treasury approval. Quarterly compliance from ADA and Ezemvelo to the Finance Committee. Misallocations must trigger corrective action. Citizen scorecards. Publish clear, accessible mid-year scorecards for every vote and entity. Frontline first approach. prioritize farmers' water, rural roads, ranger staffing, and tourism facilities over prestige projects and discretionary travel. Every rand must become a repaired pump, a functional chalet, a trained graduate, a day's work, a family's income. That is the fiscal prudence with a human face. That is the compact we offer the people of KZN and a compact we will uphold in the GPU. I thank you.
Next. Could have Honorable P.M. Kiza.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Nkosi Samadungeni, Nkosi Uqhiliza, Party Leader of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party in KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, the leadership at the gallery from Umkhonto Wesizwe Party, amalungu onke ahloniphekile alesishayamithetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Siwumkhonto Wesizwe Party kulesifundazwe kulesishayamithetho kule ndlu sihlalo oyihlalo hloniphekile. Le midterm budget yanamhlanje iyadabukisa. Inhlamba ichilo kubantu abasha bakaZulu-Natal abano 100 million abachenjiswa wona ongaziwa nanamhlanje ukuthi washonaphi waqhuma inqindi nje washaya umuntu wesimame ehovisi kwabe sekuphela umsebenzi. Madam Speaker, undunankulu ohloniphekile kuzobe namhlanje akaze asithulela umbiko ukuthi kwakwenziwani kumama eoffice njobe ngekho namhlanje. Mhlambe nemali ihleli eGoli nje umfana thizeni wafika nje wathatha imali 100 million kwabe kuphelile. Namhlanje sizohayiza sonke sizokhala sithi hayi national treasury this, national treasury this. Kodwa le mali le ncanyanyana esingayivotelanga thina ngoba sasibonile somkhonto wesizwe ukuthi ayibanele futhi ayibafanele abantu bakaZulu-Natal. Ayikho kwayona. Iminyango efana neminyango yezempilo, Madam Speaker, ezemfundo, transport kababa uMthombeni umhlonishwa ongakwazi ngisho ukuvala ama-pothole ngokuthi imali ayikho kuthiwa ayikho ngobani kwabekwa abantu abangafanele vele kwasekuqaleni ukuthi baphathe umnyango wemali la kwaxoxwa khona. Honorable Speaker, issues of target adjustments and shifting of the responsibility la imali fana sispende khona. You cannot shift targets on our people while our people are still suffering. We back to pre-1994 with this GPU. Performance reporting should be honest, not factional. The infrastructure delivery crisis, let us address the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is what we are reporting as National Treasury, particularly, Madam Chair, the MEC of Finance in this province. KZN is collapsing under the backlog of unfinished projects like clinics, delayed on schools project, incomplete road upgrades, failed water project. Sisaqhubeka namhlanje saphuza nelwane KwaZulu-Natal, including kokhinkceshwa uqobo la undunankulu ephuma khona, and mismanage of municipal infrastructure grants ngaphansi kweso lika mfundisi Reverend Obituaries. Honorable Speaker, the infrastructure of KwaZulu-Natal and several implementing agents failing dismal million returns ibuyele emumva ngoba eminye eminyango nomasipala kuzube namhlanje bahlulekile. Intelligence kwakufanele Madam Speaker siqale siyibone mhlazane sivumelana ukuthi lo mnyango wemali kwakufanele uphathe obani. That's where the intelligence failed. MEC Rogers, through you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, several implementing agents are failing dismally. Millions are returned to Treasury year by year because of the supervision of this nonsense. You're quite correct, Honorable Rogers. It is nonsense.
Honorable. Oh, nexesha likuphelele, but address members as honorable. That's all that I'm asking of you. You can go and have your seat now.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The next. Honorable members, the next member is Honorable Siyasinga, who had apologized from participating in the debate. I will therefore call the next member, Honorable Aikika, on behalf of the DA for 4 minutes.
Greetings to everyone. Madam Speaker, the DA supports the contents of the Stack of Chairperson's report, and it therefore does not bear repeating. What does bear repeating, Madam Speaker, however, is that the legislature has attained 5 consecutive clean audits, with the most recent noting a few areas requiring improvement. The DA welcomes that these have already been addressed, and it is clear that the legislature is back on track or on the same trajectory for another clean audit, and this also must be welcome. Good governance is not only based on adhering to the principles as set out in our accountability ecosystem, it requires leaders to have the desire to be held accountable. This is how a capable, ethical, and very importantly, a caring state takes shape. Of the resolutions recently taken by Stackhoff, we welcome the confirmation that officials will receive new tools of trade. Just days ago, Madam Speaker, I attempted to photograph one of the ancient laptops that they have as evidence. The official refused and my camera was a little bit slow. The laptop has so many keys missing in it, it resembles the mouth of a 6-year-old who's losing teeth. A glitch in the IT systems also saw the Health Portfolio Committee reports and documents all vanish, leaving committee officials scrambling to reconstruct records from scanned paper files. To prevent a recurrence, backup or storage devices for external archiving must be included in the procurement if possible. We cannot allow virtual information to disappear like the election promises of certain political parties. Members' costs remain high, and on that note, the expenditure on the recent Combined Rules and Programming Committee workshop appear to be grossly wasted. In their haste to place a motion of no confidence on the order paper, we saw how the MK, in their typical fashion and their public utterances, buggered this entire process up. We saw it again this morning during the ATCs. Wide awake, I must say, and in good conscience, the Honorable Bashiela, through you, Madam Speaker, must note that we don't want to see the MK in governance. Now, while the MK has marginally improved on its use of Rule 57(1)A, their whips remain the greatest contributors to noise and the chief disruptors of order, dignity, and decorum, clearly evidenced during Tuesday's sitting. May the Almighty forbid that they ever come anywhere near government. Their inability to get the basics right should make every citizen shudder at the thought of them holding executive office. Imagine one of their feckless MK members in the chair presiding over this House what it would look like. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that the MK party treats the rule of law, including the rules of this House, with the same inconvenience that they were lamenting about the other day on Tuesday about the toll roads, how inconvenient they are. This is the MK that we have. Then, to top it all off, one of their whips even repeatedly threatened criminal action against another member of this House for using the privilege of the podium. And that too, it was over a trivial matter like a camera. This is the MK that we have. The MK party are anti-constitutionalists. They crave power without principle, authority without accountability, and loyalty only unto themselves.
Honorable members. Okay, honorable members. Honorable members on my left. Honorable members on my left. Honorable members on my left. The least you can do is demonstrate that you understand the Constitution and the rules in the House. For me today. Nandi, I trust you understand. Kodwa ngendifakazeleni. Ngalomzuzu. Kunomhlonishwa apho usedlulile wangicebisa ukuthi kukhona umhlonishwa ozayo angazi nobe besabisa minana. Bese ngithi ke akeze ngimlindile. The next member for 6 minutes on behalf of the MK is Honorable SPG Mbatha. Angazi ke noba uze ngakumina. Nangu 6 minutes wakho mhlekazi. Gibela ku. There is Honorable Ndebele. There is a point of order that will be raised. May you take your seat, please? What order are you on, Honorable Kika?
57(1)B, Madam Speaker, which is a point of privilege.
Ngathi uyayabuse le point of privilege namhlanje. Remember that there is no member that was already speaking, so you can't call a question of privilege now. Because you may only interrupt. Nibanjani mani lapha kuma constituents enu mhlonishwa uSen.
Madam Speaker, it relates to my personal privilege. It relates to my personal privilege.
Okay, what is your privilege?
Madam Speaker, as I was exiting the podium, the honourable member seated alongside there, I believe, threatened me.
Honourable Mbatha.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
What was the point of privilege? What was the threat?
He asked me, he intimated in a threatening tone that I should not open a can of worms.
Ewe uyamsaba wena awusaba ukuthreatenishwa ngoba uyathreatenisha.
The tone and context following my debate, I believe, is a threat, and I'm hoping that that can be raised and dealt with.
Okay. No, imani my members. Ubeyikhulumile umhlonishwa ukuthi mawula kwehouse, you are privileged and also have immunities. Sanusabisana ngokuthi member may raise ama rules mayovula icala. Awudlaleli nokudlalele kuyicabangeni leyo uma usuke wayifunda iconstitution nama rules ne immunities and privileges. Kodwa ke uma ungekayifundi ayisingakudedela. Mhlonishwa uMbatha uthi umember whatever you were saying to him made him feel threatened. Withdraw it unconditionally.
Thank you, Chairperson. I withdraw and apologize.
Now, next time, siyacela abahlonishwa ningakwenzi okunenza nibe in contempt of the rules because a threat. Take your seat, Honorable Moyo. A threat to a member is a threat to democracy. We have seen it happening in the TLTP by a non-member of this House. We can't take it from a member of this House who took an oath of office. In whatever we are doing, don't threaten each other. You may come, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, members in the gallery, before I proceed, allow me to address an earlier matter by Honorable Sizo Phila Mkhize and to the ANC benches. You taught that this nation, that when you are unhappy, you picket. You taught us that demonstrations are not disorder, they're democracy. Therefore, if today public picketing makes you uncomfortable, dialectics demand we ask a serious question. Has the teacher abandoned its own philosophy? Or is the people's voice now too loud for those who once encouraged it? In African politics, collective action is not a threat, it's the accountability from below. When leaders fear the people's voice, then leadership, not the people, have become the problem. Madam Speaker, today we rise to consider the mid-year budget performance of Vote 2. Yet, in truth, we are examining the quality of leadership steering this province. A budget. We acknowledge that a budget report is not just figures and tables. It is a mirror that reveals what works, what fails, and what our communities endure daily. We acknowledge the legislature for achieving its 5th consecutive unqualified audit. Somlomo, no secretary. This demonstrates discipline, consistency, and institutional order. But again, dialectics teach us that truth is found in contradiction. A clean audit inside these walls does not mean clean governance across KwaZulu-Natal. Internal order must confront external suffering. Inside this house, there is order. Outside this house, there is a struggle. Inside books balance, outside communities break. This contradiction cannot be ignored. Oversight is not a polite routine. Oversight is a constitutional shield for the poor. It is our responsibility to confront weak performance without fear or favor. It demands clarity, courage, and moral discipline. When we reflect on leadership, we must listen to our own thinkers or African thinkers. The ancient sage, Peter Otep, taught us that, I quote, "Empty words are not stopped by silence, but the wise man watches the heart of the one who speaks," close quote. This warns us about political actors who speak loudly, yet deliver little on the ground. Again, Peter Otep says, open quote, "Do not boast that you are wise. The limit of skill cannot be reached." Leadership is not about inherited symbols. It's about producing development, dignity, and progress for the people. Let me turn to one thinker, one of the greatest thinkers of this province. I know ukuthi enye inhlangano ngeke kujabulele lokho. Now, uKhonoti Mzala Nxumalo ngo-1988 delivered a timeless warning about traditionalist politics hiding behind identity instead of modern governance. He writes, "Ethnicity, when used as a political tool, becomes an obstacle to progress and mark for class interest." Or members, this is not an attack, it's a political truth. Any formation that wraps itself in a nostalgia while communities collapses is failing the very people it claims to represent. You cannot run a modern province with yesterday's politics. You cannot fix municipal failures with cultural ceremonies. You cannot solve economic crisis with identity slogan. Culture is beautiful, but when it's used to escape accountability, it becomes dangerous. Again, Peter Otep warns us, a fool is known by his speech, and the wise man is silent at the right time. Some speak loudly to hide empty governance records. Chairperson, the mid-year performance shows that the legislature is stable, yet the province remains vulnerable. Tools of trade must be fully distributed. Committees must process referred reports. Department must feel the weight of meaningful oversight. This House cannot allow accountability to be delayed or diluted. Regarding the Honourable Premier, Ntuli, I remain measured today. The motion has been submitted. The date has been set. We'll speak with full authority on that day. But today is for strengthening the institutional foundation so that when accountability arrives, this House stands firm, disciplined, and principled. Now, as I sit down, as Umkhonto Sizwe Party will not support austerity measures, not today, not tomorrow, not forever. Austerity measure has never worked anywhere in the world. It punishes the poor.
Honorable Dex, if you opt to sit on that, you are not going to be part in the discussions this side on what you are doing. And I now call upon the next member for 6 minutes on behalf of the ANC, the Honorable MC Fraser.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Mtombeni, Honorable members, ngiyabonga kakhulu. When finances collapse, the first casualties are hospitals, schools, social support, and frontline services relied upon the most vulnerable. It is for this reason that the African National Congress continues to insist that budgeting must remain realistic, disciplined, and anchored in the constitutional imperative to deliver a better life for all. Honorable Speaker, the mid-year budget performance report reminds us why this discipline matters. As a province, we are currently facing a projected expenditure of 7 billion. This figure alone speaks to the lived reality of strained budgets, delayed payments, and service delivery pressures. Therefore, honorable Speaker, realistic budgeting must be our point of departure. Departments cannot budget for programs they cannot implement, nor can they delay confronting structural pressures. But we also need stronger financial controls, real-time expenditure monitoring, and early corrective action, especially in departments experiencing sustained pressure. And so the provincial treasuries leave monitoring dashboards and monthly reporting mechanisms must be utilized consistently, not selectively. Honorable members, the ANC's vision of a capable, ethical, and developmental state, as articulated in both the 2024 election manifesto and the medium-term development plan, requires strong internal audit units, consequence management, and transparent reporting. We must therefore strengthen our internal controls, ensure that investigations into financial misconduct are acted upon, and enforce consequences where negligence or poor oversight compromises the state. In line with the committee's report, we must also confront the persistent challenge of accruals and payables, which continue to erode budget credibility. When departments carry unfunded obligations into the next year, in some cases amounting to billions, they artificially inflate fiscal space and undermine the province's ability to plan effectively. The systematic reduction of accruals must be a priority. This requires discipline, planning cycles, alignment between annual performance plans and budget, and strict procurement discipline so that contracts are fully costed, deliverables clear, and cash flow projections credible. Honorable Speaker, procurement must be both timely and ethical. Delayed tender processes, contract variations, and poor contract management weakens the state's ability to deliver services and often results in cost escalation. Early interventions must occur the moment governance weaknesses appear, not after audit findings, not after overspending materializes, but in real time. We therefore support the Finance Portfolio Committee's findings and its resolution as instrument for strengthening planning, tightening controls, improving governance, and safeguarding the public purse. Honorable Speaker, one of the most important resolutions calls for monthly oversight of departmental turnaround plans rather than the previous quarterly rhythm. This shift is significant. It means fiscal risk will be detected earlier, corrective actions can be implemented immediately, and deviations will not compound into year-end crises. Another critical resolution focuses on the reduction of accruals and payables by requiring departments to present detailed strategies for clearing historic obligations and preventing new ones. The committee is restoring a fundamental principle of public finance that budgets must be funded, cash-backed, and credible. Furthermore, the committee's call to strengthen the alignment between annual performance plan, procurement plans, and cash flow projection is a resolution that goes to the heart of service delivery efficiency. By tightening this alignment, departments will be compelled to plan realistically, contract seamlessly, and manage implementation within defined resources. In conclusion, the ANC will continue to defend a responsible, transparent, and pro-poor fiscal trajectory for KwaZulu-Natal and also strengthen oversight, enforce accountability, and ensure that every rand is spent in service of development, dignity, and justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next member for 14 minutes is the Honorable M.A. Dex on behalf of the MK. Bekuthiwe ke uyeva kutsho uMagubane esabisa mina lana ubethe Honorable uMagubane uyeza uDex eshodlula apha kuyo. You may take the podium, Honorable Member.
Greetings to Honorable Kaliza, the leader of MK in the legislature. Greetings to the leader of the ANC, Honorable Mtombeni, the leader of government business. Greetings to the leader of the IFP, Honorable Ntuli, the outgoing premier. Greetings to the leader of the DA, Honorable Rogers, the outgoing MEC of Finance. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, this debate is about how we manage the money of this province, not for headlines. The PMFA Section 39(2) requires accounting officers to take steps to prevent any overspending. When education's finances buckled The DA Treasury didn't lead with support and early environments. It led with a freeze and a takeover under Section 18 of the PMFA. Treasury later insisted it wasn't blocking textbooks, it was saying there's no money. Exactly. That is why a smart Treasury uses Section 43 environments earlier and a ring fence for essentials so children and patients don't pay for administrative failures. You reach for the scalpel, not the sledgehammer. Madam Speaker, when the MEC for Education appeared before the Finance Portfolio Committee, he unequivocally stated that Section 18 used against his department was nothing else but political. And this comes from the MEC of Education when he appears before our committee. It is a political sledgehammer against the Department of Education. The DA Treasury also threatened stoppages to about 20 municipalities, asking the National Minister to invoke Section 2162 of the Constitution that will hold transfers if UIFW plans weren't done by a deadline. Yes, this is legally possible, but if you don't ring-fence water, sanitation, waste, and electricity, you will exacerbate, collapse, and frighten suppliers and staff. This is not partnership, that's panic. A responsible treasury will use a ladder. First, you support. Secondly, you set conditions. Lastly, sanctions. With a service continuity plan, if sanctions bite, the DA skip ranks and communities carry the rest. If the strict approach worked, the numbers would improve, but it did not. By Treasury's own statement on the closeout report, 151.9 billion spent in 2024-2025, overspent by 156.6 million. 2, 7.8 billion accrued into 25-26. 3, 3.2 billion in payments approved but not released because cash wasn't there. This is reactive firefighting, not cash discipline. The backlog hurts small firms most. Madam Speaker, an MK-led Treasury will create a better fiscus in 4 chess master moves. We will publish a provincial remedial ladder. We will give support from week 0 to week 4, joint cash plans, daily cash ladders, refence essentials, LTMs, SEMs, and clinics, Treasury secondments into worst hit votes and councils. 2, we will set conditions from week 4 to week 12, performance-based releases, unlock cash when 30-day payments, UIFW case logs and commitment registers hit milestones. We will use Section 43 environments early to avoid Section 39(2) breaches without blanket freezes. We will put sanctions after week 12, targeted Section 18 instructions, escalated to Section 2162 only after the ladder is exhausted, with a published service continuity plan so residents don't suffer. Move 2, we will kill accruals without killing services. In 30 days, the MK-led Treasury will publish a full-age analysis of payables. An MK-led Treasury will clear the top 100 suppliers. An MK-led Treasury will stop approvals without cash that creates ghost commitments. An MK-led Treasury will within 60 days, stable an adjustment budget environments to fund what's unavoidable, cut nice-to-have lines first. MK will in 90 days ensure that there are no purchase orders without cash. MK will have weekly cash release meetings led by Treasury to hold AOs and CFOs to a 95% 30-day compliance. Move 3, municipal compacts, not megaphones. We will co-sign the recovery compacts with each distressed municipality. We will implement 3 non-negotiables: 30-day payments, cashback budgets, UIFW case closure in return for on-site CFO engineer teams, and guaranteed predictable transfers. And Treasury will use DORA conditions and performance-based tranches, not headline threats. Move 4. Radical transparency that changes behavior. MK will implement a public dashboard per vote and per municipality showing 30-day compliance, accrual stocks, UIFW recoveries, and ring-fence essentials. Textbooks will be ordered, ambulances repaired, medicines procured. When everyone can see it, everyone moves. Checkmate. In closing, Honorable Speaker, law and compassion are not opposites. The PFMA gives us a Section 39(2) to prevent overspending, Section 18 to help and enforce, and Section 43 to adjust in mid-year without breaking services. Cheers. Cheers. The TA Treasury has used these tools as a blunt political weapon. The result is more accruals, more fear, and fewer textbooks and ambulances. The MK's test is clear. Support first, condition second, sanction last. Protect essentials, pay on time, fix root causes. That is how you run a fiscus, Honorable Rogers, through you, Chair, Madam Chair. For people, not for press releases. We want to ensure the people of KZN that after the 15th of December 2025, that the finances of this province will be in capable and responsible hands of Umkhonto weSizwe. We are a responsible organization that understands that when you co-govern, you cannot behave as if you have won an outright majority. Umkhonto weSizwe will have cooperation with all parties in this House, with a special bias to parties on the left of the political spectrum. Now, Madam Speaker, let me address an issue here. I'm finished. I'm done. I just want to address one issue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, this is directed directly to the Honorable Rogers. Honorable Rogers, today, through you, I said through you, Madam Speaker.
No. You are now saying Honorable Rogers.
Okay, Madam Speaker, through you, Honorable Rogers, today. One sentence. It is the last day in this House that you will have 10 minutes after me.
No. When you are addressing a person, you speak to that person as the second person.
Okay. Madam Speaker.
Listen to me. The member must be spoken to as a third person. That's when you are speaking to that person, not addressing them directly. Continue, sir.
Okay, Madam Speaker, today the Honorable Rogers will have his last 10 minutes after me. Never again will it happen in history that Honorable Rogers will speak after Umkhonto weSizwe in this House. Madam Speaker, I want to encourage, through you, I want to encourage Honorable Rogers to use those 10 minutes wisely today. Because, Madam Speaker, through you, Honorable Rogers.
Sit, please. Honorable members, you are not only threatening, you are censoring people. You are censoring honorable members. They can't ask from you to speak, please. Honorable Kika, what are you rising on?
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 78.
Rule 78?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The rule of anticipation.
No. I want to hear what is it that you are speaking on, the anticipation on a matter appearing in the program of today's sitting.
It is regarding the announcement you made earlier in the House regarding the motion of no confidence. The honourable member is anticipating that he will be in executive office or somebody else, and then the Honourable Rogers will be out, which is a whole lot of rubbish.
No.
So he should not anticipate that, Madam Speaker. I'm hoping that you will rule on that.
Honorable Kika, I want to roll, but excuse me. I am now disturbed by members I am disturbed by Honorable Sam ordering you to sit down and you sitting down immediately. Honorable Kika, I understand the role of anticipation, but remember that it must be about a matter on the program of that particular sitting. Now, Honorable Seme, I once heard you saying that you are the grandniece of Dr. Pixliga Isaga Seme. Great grandniece. Don't behave like that. Here we are all equal members. There are no great grandnieces of revolutionaries. Now, what you are referring to, Honorable Kika, is not a matter in today's sitting. The honorable member is putting out his political debate, which I believe the MEC still has 10 minutes to put through his response to the debate. So thank you for raising that, but it's not. You are out of order on this matter. Honorable Dex, sorry for disturbing you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, today when I stood on this podium, I have outlined the failures of the DA-led finance department's policies. I've outlined their failures. And thereafter, I outlined what Umkhonto Wesizwe will do when they lead this province, the finances of this province, because we are a responsible organization. We are not irresponsible, as people want to make the public believe that we are irresponsible. So, Madam Speaker, I would appreciate it if the Honourable Rogers today, when he comes for his 10 minutes, that he use it wisely and respond to the issues that I have raised and not take Honourable Sam as usual.
That is a role of anticipation.
Okay, sorry.
You are now anticipating
I withdraw that.
what Honourable Rogers will be doing. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I have outlined policy matters here, and I have 2 minutes. I have 2.5 minutes. So I have outlined what Umkhonto Wesizwe stands for. So I believe there's the Honourable Rogers saying already, thefts, Madam Speaker. He shouts theft. The only thing when they see black people, they think of theft. That's why they fear. He said theft, Madam Speaker.
No, sit down. I mean, switch off. Switch off. No, switch off. Switch off your mic.
I can't switch it off.
Yeah, I know, but switch it off at Honourable Member. Withdraw. That what you have done is a racist and unparliamentary. When you think what you think and say the Honourable Member does this, you are actually in your own looking at the race of the member, supposing that now the rules say that do not go to the personal integrity of a member. So withdraw that what you have just said. If you think it yourself, it's fine, but withdraw it. It can't be said in the House.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Rogers, while I was on the podium, he shouted there when I said Umkhonto Wesizwe is a responsible organization. He shouted theft from that side.
You want me to rule on that?
No, I don't want you to rule. I don't care.
I was going to rule that if he was saying to you, I would have stopped him right there. But when he's saying to the party, it has been established that it's members, not parties. You may continue.
Yeah, frankly, Madam Speaker, I didn't want to do a trouble. Frankly, I do not care what a member of a right-wing party say to me in this house. Frankly, I do not care. So, Madam Speaker, but anyway, through you, Madam Speaker, Honorable Rogers must come on the podium and come and enjoy his last 10 minutes that he will speak after us. Madam Speaker, there's this notion out there that Umkhonto weSizwe is irresponsible. That when Umkhonto weSizwe take over there, that there will be chaos in this province. Madam Speaker, that is very far from the truth. Madam Speaker, we are a very responsible organization, and amongst the members sitting there, we have capable and very responsible persons in the benches of Umkhonto weSizwe. And me personally, Madam Speaker, if it needs be that I am not capable enough to be part of this Umkhonto weSizwe-led province, I will resign not as a member of Umkhonto weSizwe, but from the legislature, in order for a better person to come in. Because I've done that previously. I've resigned from the ANC National Parliament. I've resigned from the ANC in this legislature. So I've never ever been a power monger. I've never been a power monger. I've never been after power. The point that I'm trying to make here, Madam Speaker, is that this narrative that people want to put out there that Umkhonto weSizwe is not capable of governing is not true. Umkhonto weSizwe have capable, responsible leaders in their ranks. None of them held positions of power previously where they were implicated in any corruption or any wrongdoing. So Umkhonto weSizwe, the people of KZN after the 15 will give Umkhonto weSizwe the opportunity to lead this government, and we'll be very responsible. And we will not behave what has happened in the GPU where one partner wants to bully another partner. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Judge. Honorable members, the next member for 9 minutes on behalf of the IFP is Honorable Dr. A.C. Biela, PhD.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Greetings to your good self, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Premier, Sompisi, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Mtombeni, Honorable Members. If the Honorable Member promises 4 chess master moves, I'm reminded in chess of what we call a scholar's mate, the famous 4-move checkmate. It only works on beginners, and once it is seen coming, it usually leaves the attacker worse off than the attacked person. In chess, the people who announce 4 moves proudly are usually describing a beginner's trap, not a governing strategy. This is something that a chess grandmaster would know, unless, of course, that person is a novice in chess. I feel sorry for the Honorable Dlungwane, the chairperson of finance, because by its very nature, finance is very complex. And when one is not really financially clued up on finance matters, they have no other option but to speak about games, chess, checkers, snakes and ladders, you name it. The rest of us have a responsibility to at least close this debate by bringing finance back into the debate. Honorable Speaker, in the language of classic public finance theory, Musgrave in 1959 distinguished amongst 3 core functions of the fiscal system: stabilization, distribution, and allocation. When we debate this report, we're not only merely arguing about overspending percentages, we're assessing whether our provincial budgets is still stabilizing our finances, still distributing opportunities fairly, and still allocating resources where social need and marginal benefits are greatest. Now, when accruals mount, when overspending is projected in billions, then all three of these theoretical propositions and functions are put under strain. As I proceed, I will not be surprised if certain members are completely lost, because I have no intention of hailing insults, and by doing so, I'm expecting no response. The committee's report is valuable because it does not hide that strain. It acknowledges projected overspending, concentrated in large social sector votes, and it anchors this not in sensationalism, but in structural explanations. Wage agreements pressures, historic accruals, and baselines that no longer fully reflect the cost of delivering mandated services. Accruals and payables are the clearest symptom of this pattern. They may look like an accounting detail, but in practice, they represent tomorrow's budgets being spent today. When invoices are not paid on time, service providers are rolled forward, we're effectively borrowing from the future without parliamentary approval. From a Musgravian perspective, this undermines stabilization because it introduces volatility and uncertainty into the fiscus. It undermines distribution because it's often the smaller institutions and weaker service providers who carry the cash flow burden. It undermines allocation because the next year's budget is pre-committed to yesterday's bills rather than tomorrow's priorities. The report does something else that is intellectually very important. It implicitly recognizes that provinces operate in a multi-level fiscal system. Wage agreements are concluded nationally, baselines are subject to national consolidation, and yet the lived consequences of these decisions play out in local struggles and challenges. Our task, therefore, as a legislature, is to keep two truths in view at once. That some of the pressures is structurally imported, and that provincial accounting officers remain bound to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent overspending, to report impeding overspending, and to comply with remedial directives from Treasury. The committee rightly foregrounds this legal duty, not as a punitive decision, but as the backbone of credible financial management. Economists like Konai have long warned about the dangers of a soft budget constraint, a situation in which institutions come to expect that overspending will eventually be bailed out and that hardcore choices can be indefinitely postponed. When that culture takes root, discipline erodes and inefficiency multiplies. Read carefully. The committee's report is an attempt to harden the budget constraints in a democratic and transparent way. It does not propose austerity without intelligence. It proposes costed turnaround plans, explicit saving strategies, and a requirement that departments confront their accruals and baseline defects with concrete measures rather than generic assurances. This is why the report's insistence on time-bound reporting is so important. Departments are not merely told to do better. They are required to return to this legislature by a specific date with detailed plans on headcount management, interest on overdue accounts, rationalization of property portfolios, management of learner transport pressures, and the sequencing of key programs that currently show zero spending followed by final quarter spikes. That is what genuine oversight looks like. Equally, the report calls for portfolio committees to use the live budget monitoring dashboard and to move towards monthly rather than purely quarterly engagements. And this aligns with contemporary thinking on in-year management. National Treasury's data systems, including platforms such as Vulindlela, were precisely designed to give legislatures and treasuries timely visibility of spending trends and variances. When we combine those tools with an active committee culture, we move from ex-post lamentation to ex-ante correction. We begin to catch problems when they are still soluble, rather than when they have already crystallized into defaults and litigation. It's important, Honorable Speaker, that we hold these discussions without slipping into opportunistic political scoring. Honorable Speaker, this applies in several departments. However, to caricature these departments as villains would be both inaccurate and politically irresponsible. As members of the Government of Provincial Unity, we should welcome the fact that this report has been tabled and debated in full view of the public. A coalition that tries to hide its fiscal problems does not deserve to be trusted. A coalition that confronts its problems openly, holds its own executive accountable, and subjects its plans to scrutiny is behaving like a mature government. There is a deeper developmental question at stake. Sen reminds us that development is ultimately about expanding substantive freedoms, the real opportunities people have to live with in their lives. A budget, then, is not just an exercise in arithmetic. It's the mechanism through which we either expand or constrict those freedoms. Honorable Speaker, it's for this reason that the IFP supports this report. We support it because it foregrounds our debate in the best traditions of public finance scholarship, because it treats fiscal pressure as a systemic challenge rather than a weapon to attack particular departments, and because it equips this legislature with concrete tools for in-year correction. As we close the year, the most responsible political act we can perform is to insist on the combination of intellectual honesty, of legal compliance, and developmental purpose. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as I close, it's important to indicate that some of those who claim that they have the capacity, that they have the ability to run government, are the very same people who in this particular legislature have shuffled and reshuffled, fired and appointed members into this very same legislature. And we do not know whether that is stability or chaos. The only political party really that has shuffled chief whips almost every 3-4 months is the MK party. In fact, Honorable Speaker, before we even assumed duty in this 7th administration, the very same MK party is the party that changed its entire list, because the very same people that were supposed to be here are not the people that we are sitting with today. The very same people who claim stability are the very same people who are championing chaos. The very same people who claim that they can lead this government are the very same people who shout when they are challenged, because what does the saying goes? An empty can makes the loudest noise. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Biela, and I thank you, honorable members, for the few minutes that you behaved as honorable members. We have come to the end of the debate now, and we will have response by the chairperson of the Finance PC for 10 minutes. And I had granted the Honorable M.E. Dlungwana to speak from his bench.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. We want to appreciate the members who have debated in this debate. By its nature, you know, we debate issues. We debate issues in the Finance Portfolio Committee. So we really want to appreciate, Honorable Speaker, all of the members. Of course, we're not going to call each and every individual member, but I think all of the members, they seem to be supporting the report, because it is pointing into a number of issues that are critical in the province, and it's honest in its nature in analyzing, as we indicated, that we had simpled the 6 departments, as well as the entities that we had taken. It's not all of them, but it's those that we had looked and realized that we needed to have a look and have a sit down with them. And I think as we have taken the resolutions, and therefore we are going to be ensuring that on the dates that are due, all of those resolutions, they are actually being forwarded to us for analysis and also for necessary follow-ups. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. We now are going to give the Honorable Chairperson of Standing Committee on Oversight for 5 minutes. Honorable L.J. de Klerk.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Both the Stock of and also Finance Committee is in many ways the pinnacle of committees of the legislature. So it is important that the work that is done in these committees is as efficient and effective as possible, And I do believe that nobody will disagree with me that that is exactly what happens in those committees. We should be proud of our legislator. It is clear that we're doing a good job, and we must carry on doing so. It is of utmost importance that stability is kept and that we hold the purse tightly. That is not a guarantee of success, but at least it is a movement in the right direction. My experience with the Treasury Department is proper financial fiscal principles. And anybody that attacks that is attacking what is good and wants to replace it with what is wrong. Don't want to build up, but want to break down. It is thus important that we all take heed of this reality. I thank all the members that spoke on the Stockhoff Committee report. I'm sure that we'll move from strength to strength. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, but generous today. We're now moving, finally, to the response by the MEC for Finance to the debate. Honourable F.A. Rogers for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to the Premier, to the Leader of Government Business, to the Executive, and to all members in the House. Madam Speaker, probably 30% of what was debated here was relevant to finance. The other 70% was nothing more than political grandstanding, and also exposing the lack of understanding of how provincial finance, the PFMA, actually operates. And I noticed most of the speakers on my left that took part in the debate have left the House. So clearly it's easy to stand here and make accusations, but it's not easy to listen to the response. The one thing that nobody picked up in the midterm budget, Madam Speaker, is that last year this time we were projecting just short of a 10 million rand overspend. If you look at it now, a year later, it's dropped down by almost 2 million rand. And nobody actually picked that up. Now, how did we get there? Well, we got there because of fiscal discipline. And fiscal discipline is not an easy process, Madam Speaker. It's a difficult process. And it involves change management. Now, change management in government is an extremely difficult process. Now, you get somebody like Honourable Dirks who stands here, and he sounded a bit like Des van Rooyen, who was the MEC of a Minister of Finance for a mere few days. Des van Rooyen's understanding of finance is as bad as Honourable Dirks. Dirks quoted legislation that's absolutely irrelevant. So perhaps Honourable Dirks should resign, do the right thing and resign from the MK, because you have no understanding of finance. Firstly, when I wrote to municipalities about withholding their equitable, there were more statements made. Wonderful ideas about, assist municipalities. Well, if Honourable Dirks actually did a bit of reading, he'd see that currently Treasury is involved with turnaround strategies in 14 municipalities. If Honourable Dirks understood after KwaZulu-Natal Treasury assisted them, it's something we do on a regular basis. So to come once again and misinform this House, you don't understand what you're doing. Resign. And to say, MK is good at government. It was quite a passionate speech, Madam Speaker. I was quite taken by the passion. We're clean, we're good at, and we'll govern properly. Well, my question is, where's MK ever governed? What municipality have you governed? What province have you ever governed? Nothing. What I can tell you is what your leader, your chief commander at Nkandla, what he did during his tenure. He destroyed the fiscus of this country, and we are still paying for it. Yes.
Order.
Listen carefully. That's why we sit with 7 trillion rand debt, because of bailing out state-owned entities. That's why we pay 1.2 billion rand a day servicing interest on loans created by Jacob Zuma. That's more than we spend on health, and it's more than we spend on education in our country. So don't come and blame the government of provincial unity. Madam Speaker, also allow me to educate certain members in this House about finance and the budget. Because if they're going to take over this government, which they never will, then they need to understand. As MEC of Finance, you get an envelope of money. This year I got 158 billion rand. At the beginning of that year, that 158 billion rand is allocated to all departments. There's nothing left. When you look in the envelope, it's finished. Now, the reason we have a legislature is because we table a budget. And this House needs to engage on this budget. Now, if there are departments who have not got enough money, I didn't hear when we tabled the budget an alternate budget. All I heard was from MK, we don't support it, we don't support it. Why did you not come and tell us how much money education needs, where we're going to get it from, how much money health needs, where we're going to get it from, how much money transport, where we're going to get it from? This House. See, this is what happens when you don't understand money. You become noisy and irritated. So that's the reality, Madam Speaker. There is no extra money. And that is why next week the Premier will be launching the Fiscal Recovery Plan. Now, that Fiscal Recovery Plan addresses a lot of what was raised here today. How are we going to deal with accruals? How are we going to look at revenue generation? How are we going to maximize expenditure so that we stay within our budgets? So that's a process that this government of provincial unity is undertaking, and the Premier is going to launch it. The dashboard, Honourable Dirks, again, going on, we need a dashboard. That's one of MK's ideas. Haibo. Titla was it, George Goch, to quote Nkandla. That dashboard is available. It's available to the committees for you to be able to use. That's part of your responsibility, to ensure that there is correct expenditure within the fiscal framework. So to come here and to steal what we've already put on the table, quite frankly, doesn't help us, and it means you shouldn't be in this House, and maybe Honourable Dirks, through you, Speaker, should resign. That's a good point. He should. Now, there were a couple of other issues raised about underfunding of departments and front...
Sorry, MEC, hold the time of the MEC. Honourable Kasa. Okay, I think it's JPN, the one in the brown dress. The one a seat away from Honourable Matlekwan. I'm not sure on the initials. Honourable Kasa, there are two Kasas in the House. Honourable Kasa. Huh? Yes, that's why I'm calling here repeatedly, Honourable Kasa. Honourable Kasa, you are disrupting the House. You are disturbing the House. Please allow us to listen. And it doesn't help even when you hide like this. We see that it's you who's making the noise. So please stop it, madam. May you continue, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The one area I've driven is that, and this is to actually deal with frontline departments, which some members raised in the House today, and the unfunding of frontline departments, health and education and social development. The Cabinet knows full well, and I have the Premier's full support, that the budget methodology that we've been using in the past, previous financial year's expenditure plus inflation, is not going to get us out of this situation. This is the first year that we are going to redo our budget methodology to be able to ensure that we can protect frontline departments like health, like education, like social development. And again, Madam Speaker, I've put this in committees where I've been present. So for the MK to come here and say you have an MEC of Finance who doesn't care about school children is really, it couldn't be further from the truth. And that goes through to the members that raised that. If I wasn't interested, I wouldn't be redoing the budget methodology to protect. Madam Speaker, I just want to end off because I'm hoping that I can get a copy of Honourable Dirks's presentation, because it's a classic in some of the misinformation, and perhaps it should be a guideline to politicians about how not to come here and try and grandstand and speak absolute untruths to the community. So one of the things he said, I implemented Section 18(2)G into the Department of Education. In fact, it went to Cabinet. It wasn't my decision. I did the right, went to Cabinet. This was in June last year, and I flagged certain challenges. So to now, once again, come and grandstand, Honourable Dirks, best you resign. Finally, Madam Speaker, let me thank the chairperson of the Finance Committee, the chairperson of STACOF, all the committee members. It's wonderful working with you. You understand our fiscal challenges, and we'll get through this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. Thank you, thank you. Finally, thank you, honourable members. Thank you, thank you. Finally, we've come to the end of the debate. And on the 2025-26 mid-year budget performance reports, the House will now need to vote on both the Finance Portfolio Committee Standing Committee on Oversight reports. It is for this reason that we are going to ring the bells for 3 minutes. Oh, no, for 5 minutes, no? No, Pala? Oh, 3 minutes, okay. Yeah, I am waiting for the bells to be rung, whereby at the end we will close the doors. When we say close the doors, you must know that we're meaning even to those. Honorable members, I want to believe that Nobala, we are now ready. We will deal, honorable members, with both in turn, starting with the Finance Portfolio Committee report. But we want to first, Nobala, we follow it like that, and you will come with the numbers. We will deal with both of them in turn. We'll start with the Finance Portfolio Committee report. As per the request of the Finance Portfolio Committee, I now put the question to the House as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to adopt the 2025-2026 mid-year budget performance report of the Finance Portfolio Committee. Honorable members, I had indicated prior to the start of the orders of the day and that I will be doing party voting. I am now going party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if there are any member wishes to record an individual vote. MK?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable says abstains.
EFF?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters abstain. Thank you.
NFP?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NFP will vote to support the report.
We can't see the face of the person speaking. Thank you, Honorable Shinga. You can vote.
Thank you, Speaker. The National Freedom Party votes to support the report.
The DA?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports the report.
The ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The African National Congress supports the report.
The IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The IFP will support the report.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? No, Bala, if there is none, I will ask for the tally of the votes. You may take up to 5 minutes to tally the votes. You are ready. Thank you, Nopala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The total number of members present is 79, with 69 attending physically and 10 attending on the virtual platform. The total number of members absent is 1. Madam Speaker, the voting results are as follows. Votes in favor, 40. Votes against, no. Abstentions, 38. In terms of Section 1122 of the Constitution, the presiding officer does not have a deliberative vote under the circumstances and only has a deciding vote if there is an equality of votes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
May you repeat the votes for?
It's 40. Votes against, no. Abstentions, 38.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Those in favor is 48, those against nil, abstentions 38. The ayes have it. We will now, honorable members, if we may be back in order. Now, honorable members, we are moving to the one on the voting on the Standing Committee on Oversight report. As per the request of Stakov, I now put the question to the House as follows. The KZN Legislature agrees to adopt the report by Stakov on the 2025-2026 mid-year budget performance of the legislature. As I had indicated, it's still party vote, and I'll go party by party. MK?
Umgadi delegates. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Umkhonto wesizwe abstains.
EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters abstained. Thank you.
NFP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NFP supports the Stakov report.
The DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Democratic Alliance supports.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The African National Congress supported the Stakov report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The IFP supports.
Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party or to abstain? Nobala? Nobala, if there is none, I will ask for the tally of your votes. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are ready. The numbers have not changed. Madam Speaker, the total number of members present is 79, with 69 attending physically and 10 attending on the virtual platform. The total number of members absent is 1. The voting results are therefore as follows. Votes in favor 40, votes against nil, abstentions 38. In terms of Section 1122 of the Constitution, the presiding officer does not have a deliberative vote under the circumstances and only has a deciding vote if there is an equality of votes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Nopala. Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Votes in favor 40, against nil, abstentions 38. The ayes have it. This then brings to the end the item on the order paper concerning the debate on the mid-year budget performance report. Thank you, honorable members. We now, as we understand that this is the last official sitting of the year, and it's the sitting where we make the festive season best wishes by party leaders. I will now allow the NFP Honorable CM Shinga for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable Members. Honorable Speaker, this year has been one of the most demanding and defining periods for our province. We have debated vigorously, held the executive accountable, advanced new ideas, and worked tirelessly to improve the lives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Through every challenge, from service delivery pressures, social instability in some communities, to the persistent scourge of gender-based violence, this House has continued to demonstrate resilience, commitment, and a shared desire to build a better province. As we reflect on the year that has passed, we are reminded that democracy is not built only in moments of agreement, but in our ability to disagree constructively, to debate honestly, and to keep the needs of our people at the center of our work. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I would like to recognize all parties represented in the legislature for your contributions, your oversight, and your dedication to the people who sent us here. Honorable Speaker, in my capacity as the MEC of Social Development, this year has shown us the strength and courage of communities across KwaZulu-Natal, from youth empowerment programs to poverty relief initiatives to the expansion of shelters and victim support services. However, the festive season also brings heightened risk, increased child neglect, higher incidence of domestic violence, substance abuse, road accidents, and financial pressures that strain families. As the NFP, we urge the people of KwaZulu-Natal to prioritize safety, responsibility, and compassion during this period. Let us look out for our neighbors, protect our children, and ensure that no one is left alone in despair or danger. Honorable Speaker, festive season is also a time of renewal, a moment to appreciate how far we have come and to gather strength for the work that lies ahead. In 2026, we must continue our efforts to rebuild our communities, strengthen government system, improve service delivery, and deepen the fight against inequality and poverty. On behalf of the National Freedom Party in KwaZulu-Natal, I extend the warm festive season to every household in our province. May this season bring peace, healing, unity, and hope. May families celebrate safely, and may love guide every home. May the new year bring stability and progress for the KwaZulu-Natal. To the colleagues, staff of the legislature, political parties, and all public servants across the department, thank you for your dedication throughout the year. Your commitment ensures that democracy remains alive, accountable, and responsive. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Somlo.
Thank you. We now call upon the EFF Honorable Chinkosi for 3 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, all Honorable MECs, Inkosi Samatungeni, all Honorable members, special greetings to the CIC, Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, Commissars, Ground Forces of the mighty EFF. The economic freedom fighters in KwaZulu-Natal wishes the people of KwaZulu-Natal a revolutionary Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. May this period be used as a time to rest, laugh, and share love with our loved ones. We urge all motorists who will be traveling during this period to exercise caution and to avoid drinking and driving. We further wish all holiday makers a safe festive season. May we not be consumed by too much excitement that we may find ourselves breaking the law. Christmas is the time for giving and sharing. May we all do our part to share with those who do not have. During this busy period, we call for increase of law enforcement visibility on our national and provincial roads. In the midst of an unpredictable weather condition, we call upon holiday makers to not ignore weather warnings. And we also call upon disaster management team to be on high alert in order to ensure that our people are safe. May we all come back healthy and safe to hit the ground running as the people of KwaZulu-Natal are hungry for services to be delivered without excuses. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Ngosi. We now call the Honorable PDH Chiliza of Umkhonto Wesizwe for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Leader of Government Business, Honorable members of the August House. It is this the time of the year where we need to thank the Lord and our ancestors for protecting us 365 days of the year. Ngiyafisa somlomo ohloniphekile ukuthatha leli thuba ukukhuleka esilweni samabandla indlunkulu yonke yakithi indlula mithi yamakhosi okuyiyo eyavula lendlu ehloniphekile ngesizotha nenhlonipho inikezela umkhombandlela ukuba bonke abahlonishwa abayingxenye yalendlu benze umsebenzi ngokuthembeka nobuqotho. Siyafisa ukuthatha leli thuba ukufisela former president of the country Baba uNxamalala Khisimo somuhle nesilokotho ezinhle kanjalo nendlunkulu yakithi yonke ukuba sengathi kungathi makufika lesi sikhathi uNkulunkulu asibusisele indlula mithi yamakhosi asibusisele indlunkulu yakithi babe nezibusiso ezinhle. Siyafisa ukuhalalisela nokufisela wonke amalunga ahloniphekile yalendlu ngokwamaqembu ahlukahlukene ukuba isikhathi lesi sokuphela konyaka esisinikeza ithuba lokuba sihlale nemindeni yethu siqinisekise ukuba sinikezela uthando kanjalo nalabo esakhelene nabo. Siyanxusa ukuba kuthi makufika lesi sikhathi, Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, ikakhulu kumakhosi onke asendlunkulu, sinxusa kubadidiyeli bamabutho emahostela nakuzo zonke indawo ukuba lesi sikhathi akube isikhathi sokuthula, akube isikhathi soxolo, akube isikhathi sokubuyisana, kungabi khona izinto ezingabhebhezela udlame nokuchitheka kwegazi okungenasidingo, ngoba isikhathi lesi senjabulo sokugcina imindeni ibumbene, sokugcina imindeni inikezana uthando. Siyafisa ke ukuthi makufika isikhathi lesi esikuso, bonke abantu babemunye babambane, kube nokuthula, kube noxolo, sibonane maqala unyaka esiya kuwo sisaphelele. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We call upon the next member, which is Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA for 3 minutes.
Diabulela Somlom Mama. Good afternoon to the Premier once again, to the members of the Provincial Executive and all the members. Madam Speaker, this time of the year is a special time. It's a time that we can reflect on what it is that we've achieved and what it is that we haven't achieved and what it is that we need to change when we come back in the new year feeling refreshed. Our challenges remain real, but our challenges are not insurmountable, Madam Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to pay tribute and a special thanks to the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Premier Tami Ntuli, for his leadership and his guidance during what's a very difficult time. A government of provincial unity with 4 different political parties is not an easy vessel to navigate. But in fact, he's managed to navigate that vessel with absolute ease. And I have absolutely no doubt that as we move into the new year, this vessel will continue to sail, continue to make a difference in the lives of people of KwaZulu-Natal. So, Honourable Premier, you have our full support as the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal. Madam Speaker, it would also be amiss of us not to pay tribute and to thank all of our officials in government. Government is not just what we see in this House. We have many, many people who commit themselves to bringing about change and to work with us as members of the Executive and as members of the Legislature. So I want to also take this opportunity to thank them, and then collectively, Madam Speaker, to wish everybody, those that celebrate Christmas, a wonderful, joyous Christmas. I'm not sure about a revolutionary Christmas, because Christmas is Christmas. I've never heard of a revolutionary Christmas, but thank you anyway to the honourable member from the EFF. But Madam Speaker, once again, enjoy it, come back refreshed, and stay safe. Thank you. Diabule.
Honorable Rogers. We now call upon the Honorable S.A. Duma of the ANC for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've greeted once again the Premier and the August House. Let me quote Amilcar Cabral, who say, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. And I close quote, which is what we are here, the existential framework of why we serve our beloved people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The human beings by design are expected to behave differently to other species because they have what is called grey matter. So those who don't understand is where the memory serve, the storation, the expansion of neurons, so that you behave with a consciousness in whatever you do. This also contains and contributes in the composition of superior logic, which is also the mainstay of a mind, a body, and a soul. So as we traverse towards the end of the year,
our spirit here and to be grateful as others who have dawned here, who were more deserving, Honorable Speaker, of this life have perished and we are still here. So we must also wish one another more compassionate with such complexities of earth. We are no means perfect beings and we are all fallible, but not beyond redemption, Honorable Speaker. The struggle as we forged by our forebearers in the ANC taught us it was beyond artificial glory, but more on justice, where I'm able to see beyond iniquities. You as a leader, not coming from MKP, Pemba as the leader, not coming from the IFP, Honorable Rogers, not you as a member coming from DH, EFF, Honorable Nkosi, and NFP, Honorable Shinga, but as brothers and sisters that deserve loved. Someone who deserves also that I can share a meal with, and someone that I understand that we could all embrace the spirit of Ubuntu. So those are the issues which in quest to lead the societal needs. As MPLs and public representatives in our society, we have been accustomed in being characterized as what contextualized to the isms theories, where we are defined in different manners. We are heartless, we are evil, we are corrupt, but not caring, but only think of ourselves. But today we are saying that everyone who is in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa and the African diaspora deserve to have a blessed festivities with your loved one, and wish you all the best as you ensure that you also, what the little that you have, share with our communities. Ubuntu mabande, nothando libe khona, sihlangane sibuyele emakhaya siphephile, angonyaka ozayo siqhubeke nempilo. Siyabonga somlomo.
Honorable members, we now call upon the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal on behalf of the IFP for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, well, as we gather here today for the final sitting of this year, I rise with deep sense of gratitude and appreciation for the collective work we have undertaken as representatives of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. This legislature has, throughout the year, demonstrated commitment, maturity, and purpose in advancing service delivery for our communities. Allow me to express on behalf of the government of KwaZulu-Natal my sincere appreciation to all political parties represented in this House for their contributions to strengthening democracy and improving the lives of our people. In particular, I wish to extend heartfelt thanks to our partners in the GPU, the IFP, ANC, DA, and NFP for their cooperation, wisdom, and dedication. Honourable members, as we enter the festive season, millions of people, residents and tourists alike, will be travelling, celebrating and participating in various activities across our beautiful province. KwaZulu-Natal remains one of the Africa's premier most holiday destinations, and we have a responsibility to ensure that every person within our borders is safe, secure, and free to enjoy this period without fear. To this end, I want to assure the House that the Provincial Cabinet continues to work in close partnership with the South African Police Service, municipal law enforcement, community safety structures, traditional leaders, and crime-fighting formations across all districts. Together, we are implementing an intensified festive season safety plan with targeted law enforcement visibility, strengthened operations along major routes and beaches, and dedicated interventions to tackle crime hotspot. We call on communities to cooperate fully with law enforcement. Honourable members, while the festive season traditionally brings rest and reflection, it must never signal a pause in service delivery. Our commitment to the people of KwaZulu-Natal continues without interruption. I wish to thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the manner in which we have led this august House, to thank the members of the executive for hitting the ground running, ensuring that people receive services, to thank Amakosi, to thank the spiritual leaders, and ngokubonga abantu bakwaZulu-Natal ngokuthi babe ingxenye yalolu hambo lolu lokwenza isimo sekusasa lesifundazwe kube yikusasa elibuyisa ithemba. I wish each member of this Honour House a festive season that would be full of joy, happiness with family. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. We are now coming to the closing announcements. Firstly, we want to remind honourable members of what you have received in your emails, which is the special sitting on the 11th of December 2025 at 9, virtually, fully virtually, which will be the tabling of adjustment bill by the Finance MEC, Honourable Rogers, followed by the debate and voting on DORA on that same day. So you must remember the importance of the sitting of the 11th, honourable members. Before you go to 15, you have 11. Very important that we attend, honourable members. Let's forget the festive mood for now. And with that said, honourable members, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of you for the year that we had as the House, for a year that we are continuing to have. And I'm sending, on behalf of myself and the Deputy Speaker and all presiding officers, our heartfelt season's greetings to all of you as members of the House. Because, honourable members, this is a period that we are going to where we all have to spend some time with the families that we come from. This same wish goes to all members of the Team KwaZulu-Natal administration led by the Secretary. We wish you, I always say you are the shoulders on which we as politicians stand tall on. Thank you, Honourable Secretary and your team, for a year that was 2025. It has been a great year. And as you, as the same as us, get this opportunity to reunite with your friends and families, do reflect on the challenges and successes of the past year. Honourable members, all of us, we must reflect on that. Probably in our reflection, we will see the role that we played in all of the two. I do not believe that there is one who will only contribute to challenges and not to successes, or only contribute to successes, not to challenges. Because if we do believe that, it would mean that we are not true to ourselves first. Do this Team KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, understanding that a festive season coincides with a momentous period in the annual calendar of the world, as we observe the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign, which this year was under the theme Letsima, men, women, boys and girls working together to end gender-based violence and femicide. This theme resonates with the outcomes of the successful G20, which were of relevance to gender-based violence and femicides. They speak to our commitment as lawmakers and overseers to advance this noble struggle for a society that does not discriminate on the basis of gender and or sexual orientation. Let us add our voice, honourable members and the team, in echoing the message of raising awareness of the devastating impact that gender-based violence and femicide has on women, children, persons with disabilities, the LGBTQIA+, senior citizens, and the social fabric of our society, especially leaders of households. Importantly, honourable members, we must united call on Honourable Premier, together with the law enforcement agencies, to do their best in ensuring that these holidays are incident-free and that perpetrators are brought to book in order to send a strong message to would-be offenders. This call, Honourable Premier, is given to you and extended to the MEC responsible for transport. For we know that most casualties that happen through our roads. We call upon all of us to be united in that. This is why we have allowed the Portfolio Committee on Transport to conduct its oversight of your state of readiness over the festive period, because we believe that there is no accountability without continuous oversight. So, Honorable Mapisa and his Portfolio Committee members will be on the roads, ensuring that on behalf of the more than 12 million people of this province and our visitors, the roads are properly ready, but there is visibility of Road Transport Inspectorate. This is extended to protection services and traffic departments at local municipalities throughout the province. As honorable members now, we must always be exemplary. Wherever we go, we must have leadership that is demonstrated. Let us not confine it to the walls and chambers of this august house, because we are leaders of society. May we not contribute to the menaces that we see out there. This crucial time must afford us time not to be only spent with the relatives, families, but it must be spent with every part of our society, especially the communities, the people in your constituencies, because not all people in your constituencies are from your political parties. Go back to your parliamentary constituencies and serve the sectors that are your constituencies. It is important, honorable members, that when you're doing that, you also contribute for the attainment of the collective goals of this House. I am reminded in that of the words by the late President of Mozambique, Samora Machel, when he once said, I quote, "The liberation of women is a fundamental necessity for the revolution, a guarantee of its continuity, and a precondition for its victory." Honorable members, I thought this quote will be relevant because the message, in its message, it sums up the core of the message that we should have to end GBV. I am emphasizing this because we have collective struggles. May you be an inspiration, inspired by the women who went before us, leaders who went before us, including the founding Speaker of South Africa, Dr. Frene Ginwala. Place KwaZulu-Natal Legislature at the center of transformation. You do this by not being part of things that bring down leadership and the constitutionality role of leaders. This includes you not participating in easy truths or false truths, fake news, distortion of laws, distortion of roles of this august house, be it in the social media or anywhere. Be leaders always. Be guided and ensure that you do take time to read. I want to prescribe two books, two fundamental books. Do get time to read this book that you took your oath on. Do get time to read this book, the book that ensures that you are paid for a work that you do. I want honorable members to come back better next year, understanding that the House has got processes and procedures that must be respected on rainy days, on misty days, on cold and freezing days, the same way they are respected on sunny days. Have a great festive season, honorable members. On behalf of the presiding officers, we once more reiterate, we wish you a reading festival, a reading comprehensive festival for your own end of year. Thank you, honorable members. The House is adjourned.